Judge, before we call our
Hold
first.
on, Kathy, you ready?
Yes, I'm sorry.
All right. Ms. Tuttle, go ahead.
We would move for a separation of witnesses.
All right, that motion is granted, so if anybody is in the courtroom that intends to testify, you must remove yourself. Go ahead.
And the state calls Brittany Loomis.
All right. You raise your right hand, please. You swear testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, have a seat right here. And please stay close to that microphone, okay?
Okay.
Ms. Tuttle?
Thank you. Good morning, Brittany.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Sure. Brittany Ray Loomis, Loomis.
Where are you employed, Brittany?
Cleveland Clinic.
What's your job at the Cleveland Clinic?
I am a nurse practitioner in sleep medicine.
Which specific facility do you work at?
Madison.
Is that the one at 2999 McMacken Road in Madison,
Correct.
Lake County, Ohio?
Yes.
All right. What is your education and
In Toledo, and then I got my master's degree in 2020 to be a nurse practitioner.
what did you do before you got your associate's degree?
I was a corpsman in the United States Navy.
And what specifically did you do while you were in the Navy?
I was equivalent to what we call a medic, so I did medical for the Navy.
So did you have combat training?
Yes.
Did you have like emergency medical training in the Navy?
Yes.
Did you, what was your first job as a nurse?
I worked out in Toledo at a level 1 trauma center in the emergency room.
Were you dealing with gunshot wounds,
Yes,
traumatic injuries?
absolutely.
And what about after you worked in Toledo?
I moved back home here and worked at Hillcrest Emergency Room at the level 2 trauma center.
So were you also dealing with traumatic injuries there?
Correct.
Do you have a lot of experience dealing with things like gunshot wounds?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay. Do you know how to handle a crisis situation with a medical emergency?
Yes.
Were you working at that Cleveland Clinic facility in Madison on March 21st, 2025?
Yes.
And again, that's in Lake County?
Correct.
When did you leave work for the day?
Between 4 and 4:30.
Did you get finished early that day?
I did, yes.
Where were you headed?
Back to my house.
Do you live nearby?
I do.
Okay, did you ever come back toward your office at any point that day?
I did, yes.
About what time?
I think maybe around 5, a little after 5 maybe.
Did you see anything abnormal?
Yes, as we were driving down McMacken, because I was with my husband, we drove past the clinic, and my husband had said, "Hey, it looks like there's somebody laying on the ground in your parking lot." So I was in the passenger seat. I turned around and could see somebody laying in the parking lot. So we turned around in the parking lot of the car dealership and came back to the clinic
Why did you decide to come back?
because it looked like somebody needed help.
Is it your first instinct when you see somebody that needs help to help them?
Yes.
Did you have any concerns for your safety?
No.
So what do you see when you get to the parking lot?
I see a young gentleman underneath a car, so I thought he might have gotten run over.
What do you do with that?
Well, I got out of the car to go assess to make sure like he didn't have any massive injury that would be causing him, to die, such as like a hip fracture that he could bleed out from.
Did you see anyone else?
Yes, there was a gentleman standing by the same car that was on the phone.
Okay. What'd you notice about that other gentleman?
He was just calm talking on the phone, so I just figured he was on the phone with 911 trying to get help for him.
Okay, did you think that that other person had been involved in some sort of altercation?
No,
Did anything about his demeanor indicate that?
no,
All right. Do you start talking to the young man on the ground?
yes.
What do you learn from him?
So I got out of our truck, I walked over and I said, "Sir, what happened?" And at that point, he told me, I've been shot. And I was like, you've been shot? And he was like, yeah. And then I said, by who? And he pointed to the guy that was standing by the open car door. And then I asked that guy, did you shoot him? And he said, yes. And at that point I said, well, I'm just a nurse practitioner. I'm here to help. Is it okay if I help? And he said yes. So then I proceeded to help the young man on the ground.
What was your purpose in asking those questions?
To help the young man on the ground and make sure I was okay.
Were you attempting to administer medical treatment?
Yes.
Okay. Did the man that was standing up ask you for any medical help?
No.
Had he been shot?
Did not appear. He looked very calm. He didn't look like he had any injuries. Like I said, he just looked like he was a innocent bystander calling 911.
Would you recognize that individual if you saw him again?
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you identify him by where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
He's sitting in between the two gentlemen over there in the blue shirt with
I'm
the
gonna let the
tie.
record reflect that the witness has properly identified the defendant.
All right, it shall reflect.
Did you see any weapons, Brittany?
No.
Did you see a gun anywhere?
No.
Did you see a gun with the guy on the ground?
No.
What types of questions were you asking the young man on the ground?
I was asking where he was having pain. I asked him his medical history. You know, did he have any issues, take any medications, allergies? And then, you know, we kind of started assessing because he kept saying, I can't feel my legs. So I was doing my head-to-toe assessment on him to see what I could see without moving him.
And why were you concerned about moving him?
Because anytime you say you can't feel your legs, there's potential that you have a spinal injury. And if you move any patient with a spinal injury, you can further cause damage. So,
Brittany, what was your understanding of the relationship between these two men?
the young man had told me that the gentleman had beat up his mom. So that was how they knew each other and had gotten into the fight.
Okay. Do you know if that was true or not?
I have no idea. I don't know either one of them.
What injuries specifically did you see on the young man on the ground?
He had a lot of blood on his face, so I couldn't tell really if he had any sort of like abrasions or anything, but he was bleeding from the mouth.
Did he tell you if he got hit in the face?
He did, yes.
Was the injury that you saw consistent with being punched in the face?
Yes, yeah.
What other injuries did you see?
He had a bullet hole in the left shoulder.
So what do you do after you see all of these injuries?
I try and keep him very calm, especially because I know that he kept telling me he couldn't feel his legs, that I was trying to make sure that he didn't move, because I kept telling him, I said, please don't move, because you run the risk of, if you do have something with your spine, that it could paralyze you further.
Did you try and get help from the people inside?
Yes, I did tell my husband to go let the staff know that I needed either assistance or some supplies, because I wanted to make sure we put some pressure on the wound to his left shoulder that I could see.
How long did it take for someone to come out and help you?
It felt like forever, but maybe 5-10 minutes.
Who came out to help?
The staff that was in the clinic. So there was a couple nurse practitioners, the nurse, and I believe maybe a medical assistant.
So these are people that all work in the same facility as you?
Correct, yes.
Was there any point in time when the younger man and the older man were engaging with each other while you were there?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
When I was assessing, I believe when it was his facial wounds, I had asked what happened, and he was telling me, you know, that there was a fight between the older gentleman and his mom, and then they started going back and forth, and I did interrupt them so that, because I said, we don't want to go through this.
When you say going back and forth, was there yelling?
Yelling, yes.
Okay. Was the defendant yelling at the kid on the ground?
Yes,
And the kid on the ground was yelling back?
Correct.
So the conversation was two ways,
Yes.
and you stopped that conversation?
Yes.
Okay. At any point while you were there, did the defendant ask you for medical assistance?
No.
One moment, Your Honor.
Thank you, I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
Thanks, Judge. Yeah, that's right. Morning. Can I call you Brittany? Is that
Yes.
all right?
Absolutely.
So Brittany, I'm going to be fairly brief. First of all, where were you guys going to dinner that night?
St. John Vianney's Fish Fry.
Okay. So just kind of treading back over some of the things that the prosecutor just mentioned. So you arrive on scene, you see who you later learn to be Mr. Quiggle is laying on the ground, and Dave is on the phone at that point, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you learn that he has contacted 911?
I didn't know who he was on the phone with. That was an assumption.
Okay. And I think you indicated that you thought initially when you saw Devin that he had been hit by the car, right?
Correct.
And that was because specifically his shoe was wedged underneath the tire, not just next to the tire, right?
It was next to the tire.
It was next to the tire,
Underneath the car, yes.
underneath the car, okay. And so you ultimately become aware that you know, this is not a situation where somebody's been run over, this is a shooting.
Correct.
And when you come to that realization, I think you indicated to police on scene that night that, you know, I can remove myself from this, and in fact, Dave said, you know, no, go ahead, treat him. Isn't that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And you had an opportunity after this incident. There were a couple hours there where police were on scene and they were taking statements from people. You gave a written statement, correct?
That is correct.
And in that written statement, do you recall noting anywhere that when Devin indicated really the basis for their fight, that, you know, you didn't indicate that Dave started yelling at him or that you had to break up some confrontation?
Come on up here.
Judge, just one moment. So I think on direct examination, I'm gonna jump around here, back up just a bit. You had indicated that while you're treating Devin, he gives some context to you as to why it was that these two got into an altercation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you had just testified that, that basically, your understanding was that Mr. Post had been involved in a physical altercation with Devin's mom, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, when you spoke with police, wasn't it also your understanding from Devin that mom and Mr. Post were boyfriend and girlfriend?
That was my understanding, yes.
Okay. And did you know that to be true or not true, or did you ever receive any information to?
No, I don't know any of these people.
Okay. And throughout the entire time that you're treating Mr. Quinn, where is Mr. Post, if you know?
Anytime that I looked up, he was still standing in front of the open car door.
Okay. You didn't see him flee the scene, obviously, right?
No.
And in fact, he remained there near the car until police arrived on scene and took him into custody, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at some point in time, did police come on scene and secure that area with yellow tape as a crime scene? Did you see that?
Correct.
Okay. While you were there, you obviously were not messing around with any of the evidence, manipulating any of the evidence that was on scene, right?
No.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Sarah Coons.
You raise your right hand, please. Do you swear the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, have a seat right here. And please stay close to that microphone, okay?
Sure.
Let's go.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record, spelling your last name.
Sarah Kuntz, Kuntz.
Where do you work?
I work for the Cleveland Clinic.
In what capacity?
I'm a nurse.
And how long have you been a nurse?
I've been an RN since May, but I was an LPN actually for the last 18 years.
And what training, experience, and education did you complete to become an LPN?
I had to do state testing, and it was vocational schooling for an LPN,
What does LPN stand for?
licensed practical nurse,
And you said that you recently became an RN. What does RN stand for?
registered nurse.
And did you complete additional training to become a registered nurse?
Yes.
And how long have you worked at the Cleveland Clinic?
For about around 18 years, 18 and a half,
How long had you worked at the Cleveland Clinic in Madison?
12.
And is that in Lake County, Ohio?
Yes.
And as an LPN, what were your responsibilities at the Madison Cleveland Clinic location?
I worked in many different capacities. I worked in express care, so we would check patients in. I would help gather information for the provider, provide point-of-care testing, like for sore throats, urinary tract infections, anything, any other testing like that. I also helped out in family medicine and rooming patients, taking care of phone calls, results calls, paperwork.
On March 21st, 2025, were you working at the Cleveland Clinic Madison location?
Yes.
And during your shift, did you receive some sort of indication that something out of the ordinary was happening?
Yes.
What happened?
I had just finished rooming a patient, and I was coming out into the hallway, and one of our providers, I had heard her, she came in through the front door, and she yelled that we had to lock down, that she heard gunshots.
Who was that provider?
Angela Sakarik?
And did you hear any gunshots yourself?
I personally did not.
What did you do after learning that there had been gunshots?
I made sure that our patients stayed in their room, and then we went around and made sure all of the blinds and windows were locked and blinds were down, all the doors were shut, locked the front doors, and we all stayed to like the inside of the building, like the innermost.
And while you were inside, were you able to look out a window to see what was happening outside?
After we had been in there and just waiting, I did go to the corner and look out one of the blinds to see exactly like what was going on.
What did you see?
I saw a male figure on the ground behind a vehicle.
Could you tell anything else about the individual on the ground other than that it was a male?
There was blood on the ground, and there wasn't any movement.
And after seeing this, did you go outside?
I talked with one of the other providers, Natalie Coleman, and she was on the phone with one of her supervisors to get approval to go outside.
And did you and Miss Coleman get approval to go outside?
Yes, they said as long as we felt that we were not in danger, that we could go out there.
Were you concerned for your safety?
We weren't thinking about that at that point. We were more concerned about the male on the ground, to be completely honest.
So did you and Miss Coleman go outside?
We did.
And what did you do once you got outside?
The male on the ground had told us that he had been shot, and that he just kept asking us, like kind of crying and telling us, please don't let him die, don't let him die. And we tried to find any wounds, and we noticed, with the blood, so we pulled up his shirt, and we found wounds, holes, like in his chest and his shoulder. And then he was saying that he couldn't feel his legs, so we were like trying to find any type of wound, like in his abdomen or anything. So then we gently turned him over to see his back, and there was a hole next to his spine, and it was bleeding. So we just gently rolled him back over, put my hand on that, and put my hand on the wounds on his chest right below his clavicle, and then she held pressure on the wounds on his shoulder.
Who is she?
Oh, Natalie Coleman.
And when you and Miss Coleman went outside, did you have gloves and gauze and medical supplies with you?
Yes.
And are you using that to put pressure on the wounds on the victim?
Yes.
And what else did you observe about the state that the victim was in?
He was very scared. He was very, he would his eyes would daze over, and then he would stop talking, and then he became very pale, and then we would arouse him to try to get him to talk to us, because we figured as long as he was talking, that was good. And then we would get him to focus, and then he started crying and asking us to call his mom, and then just kept repeating that he wanted to talk to his mom and to please don't let him die.
When you turned the victim over onto his back so that you could look for a wound, did anything fall off of his person?
Not at that point that we noticed. No, it did, when EMS had gotten there and they had like a flat board that they put him on to put him onto the gurney. When we helped them turn him, a bullet had fallen from his shoulder.
What did you do with that bullet?
I picked it up and took it to one of the police officers and asked them if they needed it.
Did they take it from you?
They did.
And how long would you say that you were attending to the victim before EMS arrived?
It's hard to say about time. I would say no more than like 10 minutes.
And once EMS arrived, what did you assist EMS in doing?
Just helping cut off the rest of his clothes and roll him so that he could get onto the flat transfer board to get him to the gurney.
And other than statements that the victim was making to you and Miss Coleman while you were treating him, did you hear him interact with anyone else?
He did yell there was a gentleman standing behind us, and he yelled at him saying something. It was about, like, leave my mom alone, and it was just angry statements, just, like, leave us alone, leave my mom alone.
Did you notice the gentleman he was yelling at say anything back to the victim?
Not that I noticed, no.
Did you know anything about who that older gentleman was?
No, we had no idea what was going on.
Did you notice anything about his demeanor, the older gentleman?
The older gentleman, he was just standing there. Like, there was no emotion, no interaction. No, he was just very flat affect, just watching everything.
Did he look disheveled to you?
No,
Did he look afraid?
no.
At what point did you learn that he was the shooter?
I learned that after, like, Natalie and I were walking back into the building when the police were escorting him back to their vehicle.
Did you stay outside with the victim until EMS put him in the ambulance?
Not until they totally put him in, no.
EMS was already treating the victim
Yes.
when you left.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Just a moment, Judge.
Collaboration of witnesses.
Nothing based on that, Judge. Thank you.
All right, you may step down, thank you. Next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Natalie Coleman.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Have a seat. Please keep close to the microphone, okay?
Okay.
All right. Ms. Tuttle?
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Natalie Coleman, Kolman.
And can you move a little closer to the microphone, Natalie? Thanks. Where are you employed, Natalie?
Cleveland Clinic.
And what's your job at the Cleveland Clinic?
I'm a nurse practitioner.
How long have you been a nurse practitioner for?
Little over 10 years.
And specifically, where at the Cleveland Clinic do you work?
Express Care.
Is that at the McMacken Road facility in Madison?
Yes.
What types of nursing have you worked in throughout your career?
So I used to be a floor nurse at the hospital at Hillcrest. That was, I don't know, maybe 6.5, 7 years. I worked in GYN oncology for a while. I became a nurse practitioner. I did family medicine for a while as a nurse practitioner. And then left family medicine, did palliative care, did a little bit of wound care, did a little bit of facility nursing, and now I'm back to Cleveland Clinic.
How long have you been a nurse for?
Since 2006, 2007,
And when did you become a nurse practitioner?
2015.
Were you working at that Cleveland Clinic Express Care facility in Madison on March 21st, 2025?
I'm assuming that's the day of the shooting, so yes.
Okay. Tell me about when you first know that there's a shooting.
So I first knew there was a shooting once I was outside on the sidewalk. I had just turned, and then I heard somebody coming in from the back door, shooter, shooter, there's a shooter, lock it down.
Okay. Why were you outside on the sidewalk?
Somebody had said, nurse, nurse, we need a nurse in the parking lot.
All right, so the first time you know that something's wrong, someone's just yelling that they need a nurse in the parking lot?
Yep.
So your initial reaction is to run to the parking lot?
It's not uncommon for patients to come in. If somebody's in distress in the parking lot, so you go to the parking lot to help with whatever's going on, because you never know if it's a patient, is it a visitor? So just kind of grab your stethoscope and go.
Did you hear any shots fired?
I did not, no.
Were you concerned for your own safety in the moment?
No.
All right, so you're outside, and then somebody says, shooter, lock it down?
Mm-hmm.
You
Like I
guys,
had-
yes.
Yes.
For the record?
Yes.
Okay. So then what do you do?
Turn back around, come inside, and try to lock the doors.
Hold on a second. Can you go find out what that pounding is, Tony?
Sound like it's coming from the floor.
I don't know. Ask Bob to look into that, okay? Go ahead, Ms. Tully.
Okay, Natalie, so what are you doing to lock down the building?
So we have a set of double doors in the entranceway, so locking the double doors. And then after those were locked, I went to the side of the building, which is the side of the parking lot where I saw somebody laying on the ground. We have a set of patient rooms over there, windows over there, so I just wanted to make sure that like all those doors were shut and that the door like coming to the main part of the building was closed too.
Were there patients actively in the clinic at this time being treated?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to see what was going on outside?
No.
When you were outside on the pavement, did you see what was in the parking lot that you were headed toward and then turned around from?
So when I stepped outside, I turned left before I heard whoever say shooter, and I saw somebody standing up and I saw somebody laying on the ground.
Could you tell anything about these two people at that time?
I mean, they both looked like males.
Could you tell anything about their age?
No.
What was going on inside of the building after everything was locked down?
Honestly, I don't remember. I mean, I know there was a bunch of people on the phone making phone calls. I don't know who was talking to who.
Did there come a point when you were allowed to go outside to render aid?
Yes.
Okay. Did someone have to give you permission to do that?
Yes, so somebody handed me the phone. It was whoever our APP manager was at the time. And I asked if I was allowed to go outside and render aid. And she asked me if I felt safe. And I said, you know, I don't hear anything going on. I knew that there were bystanders outside. I said, you know, there's other people outside. I said, you know, nobody's here yet. Somebody got shot. Can I go? They said yes, as long as you feel safe. I said, okay.
Did you take any supplies out there?
Gloves and some gauze.
Who else went with you?
Sarah.
Who's Sarah?
Sarah Kuntz, one of the nurses.
Okay, so when you and Sarah Kuntz get outside, what do you see?
All I remember seeing is somebody laying on the ground.
Tell me about the person laying on the ground.
He was laying on the ground. I don't
Okay. What does he look like?
Younger, definitely younger. A little bit older than my son. I don't know how much older than my son.
How old's your son?
17.
Okay. So you know he's young?
No, he's young. Yeah,
Was somebody already rendering aid to him when you got out there?
not to my knowledge.
Okay. Brittany Loomis wasn't already outside?
If Brittany was, I didn't see her.
Okay. What is your entire focus while you're out there?
The person on the ground.
Do you see that second person anywhere?
I could see somebody, like, so once I was down and in position and, you know, trying to figure out what was going on with the person on the ground, I could see somebody out of the corner of my eye. But, I mean, I knew it was a male, but I don't know, you know, what he looked like or how old he was or anything like that.
Okay. Did the person on the ground and that man interact at any point while you were outside?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I mean, there was a lot of yelling. I don't remember specifics about what they were saying, but I do remember there was a lot of yelling.
Were both people yelling?
Yes.
Okay, so the older individual and the younger individual are both making statements
Yes.
and they're communicating with each other?
Yes.
What kind of injuries do you see on that young man on the ground?
Initially, I didn't see anything. I just saw blood on his face.
Did you ever ask where that blood came from?
I tried, but he was yelling and he was on the phone, and there was just a lot of commotion going on.
Okay, so you didn't get an answer about where the blood came from?
No.
Okay. What other wounds do you see on him?
So initially, I don't remember seeing anything. We started asking questions. I honestly don't remember the answers to the questions, but I know eventually we shoved up his sweatshirt, and there were some wounds on his chest. And I do remember holding his left arm, and I don't remember why I was holding, like what prompted me to hold his left arm, like if I saw blood or if he complained, but I do remember holding his left arm.
Was there a gunshot wound there?
So eventually we found out, yes, there was a gunshot wound there, but when I was holding his arm, I could feel his arm pulsating. So I just kind of kept pressure on his arm.
And what
then
does a pulsating arm indicate to you?
there's definitely blood.
Okay. Did you see any other gunshot wounds on his body?
So I saw 3 wounds on the chest. I didn't see any wounds on the arm until EMS got there and they had cut his shirt off.
Okay.
But he was complaining of not being able to feel his feet. So we kind of tried to gently turn him just a little bit to see if there were any wounds on his back. And Sarah said that she could see something on his back by his spine.
So what do you do with all these wounds?
Just held pressure until EMS got there.
How long do you think it took until EMS got there?
I have no idea.
What did you do when EMS arrived?
Once EMS arrived, we let them know what we saw, what we knew, and then just helped EMS get him on the board and get him on the gurney.
Did anything happen when you were getting him on the board with EMS?
Once he was on the board, you know, I let the EMS know that, you know, hey, this arm is pulsating. Like, I would definitely hold good pressure on this arm. And I don't remember seeing blood before we transitioned and I let go of his arm, but I remember seeing blood like after I let go of his arm and then EMS took his arm.
Was it a substantial amount of blood?
I honestly don't remember.
Did a bullet ever fall out?
So yes, a bullet fell out. EMS had cut his shirt off, and when they were moving, I remember somebody tripping over some of the items that were on the ground. So I moved some of the items out of the way, and when I moved his sweatshirt, I remember a bullet falling out.
When you say the items on the ground, are those the clothing that was cut off of his body?
There was clothing. I remember there being shoes on the ground. I want to say they were house slippers, but I could be wrong.
Did you remove his shoes?
No.
Did EMS remove his shoes?
If they did, I don't remember seeing it.
Okay. What did you do once EMS got this young man onto the gurney?
Once EMS had him and I moved the stuff out of the way, I just kind of looked around, checked, is everybody okay? Do you need anything? And then I went back inside to take care of my patient.
So you had a patient actively in the building that was waiting for your care?
I did.
One moment. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
Just a moment, Judge.
My biggest thing is with her, they're all saying I'm yelling back and forth. They're all yelling, collaborating.
Just one more moment, Judge.
Sure.
Nothing based on that, Judge, thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Judge, may we approach?
Yep. Okay, folks, we're going to give you about a 10-minute break at this point. Remember not to discuss the case among yourselves or with anybody else.
140 hours that we have to do between time in the ER, time in ICU, time in OB, pediatrics, and trauma throughout the entire process.
What does your job regularly entail?
On a good day, we would check our trucks, make sure we're ready to respond to any call. On a good day, we're probably about 5 calls. Usually we run an average of about 10 calls. Being a lieutenant, administratively I have to do payroll and all kinds of stuff like that, but that's not a normal day for a normal firefighter. That's because I'm a lieutenant, so.
When you receive calls, what types of scenes do you normally respond to?
On average, most of the time we're going to people's homes. We do go to urgent cares, doctor's offices, nursing homes, but a majority of our calls are at residential houses.
What types of scenarios are you used to responding to?
Everything from general illness calls to obviously shootings.
I'm going to direct your attention to March 21st, 2025. Were you working that day?
I was.
And did there come a time during your shift when you were dispatched to the Cleveland Clinic in Madison Township?
Yes.
And is that in Madison, Lake County, Ohio?
Yes.
Once you were dispatched, were you made aware of the nature of the incident you would be responding to?
That's kind of a loaded question because we actually went there twice that day, so it depends on which exact call you're talking about.
The call when you responded because shots had been fired.
Okay, so we received a call that there was a shooting. It took us approximately 2 minutes to get all of our stuff and be en route. There was at some point, we were notified that the shooter had fled. We did get an update saying that there was someone on the ground. So while we were en route, we called for a helicopter to spin up and get in the air to handle the apparent shooting victim.
What time were you dispatched?
We were dispatched at approximately 17:21, I believe.
And around how long did it take you to arrive on the scene after you were dispatched?
It took us approximately 2 minutes to actually leave the station, and then an additional 5 minutes of time to get on scene.
When you left the fire department to respond to the scene, who else responded with you from your department?
So I drove the fire engine, and then we had a brand new paramedic that we had just hired. It was actually her first day. Another individual that's here, he was in the ambulance,
What is that individual's name?
Greg Walker. And then there was the EMT that was driving. So there was 3 people in the ambulance, and then I was in the fire engine.
3 people were in the ambulance and then you were driving the fire engine?
Yes.
What was your role once you arrived at the scene?
I took command, but obviously there was a injured person on the ground, so I tried to maintain command of the scene as well as treat the patient at the same time. So,
What does it mean to maintain command of the scene?
kind of get a broader view of everything that's going on. We were told by police that the scene was safe, so I wasn't too concerned about safety or looking around to make sure anything strange was happening. There was a large presence of police officers there anyway that kind of took over the scene safety. So for when we call command, it's basically to continue scene safety and maintain any other responsibilities we may need to complete. And if that's the case, then to require more manpower to show up or stage just in case we needed more manpower.
And after arriving to the scene, did you attend to the victim?
Yes.
What is the first thing you noticed about the victim?
he was surrounded by people, so it was hard to see him at first. Once we got past the circle of people around, the first thing I noticed was injury to his right arm that was bleeding significantly. So I immediately put pressure on that spot, and when I kneeled down and was putting pressure on that spot, I used my knees to hold his head straight, which is essentially kind of a makeshift way of keeping the C-spine in line, just in case there's any spinal damage.
You said there was an injury to his left arm. What was the nature of that injury?
I don't want to assume it was a puncture wound, so there was a hole. Based on the entire situation, I could deduce that it was a gunshot wound, but I can't necessarily say that.
Did it appear to you to be a fresh hole?
Yes,
It was not a
yes,
pre-existing hole that was
no,
healing?
correct.
What else did you observe about the victim?
Well, he was in a great deal of pain. He was complaining about his, I believe it was his right leg was numb, and he was having a hard time moving it.
What does that indicate to you as a paramedic?
Spinal injury.
So tell us what further actions you took to protect his spine.
Me personally, or the entire team?
You personally.
I continued to hold C-spine until someone else got a cervical collar to put on, so that way I didn't have to maintain it manually. And from that point, we put people on backboards, which is full spinal immobilization. So we continued to maintain pressure on the one wound that was bleeding significantly, and then rolled him to then place him on the backboard, so we had full spinal immobilization on him.
What does C-spine mean?
That's your cervical spine, so like in your neck.
How many different holes did you observe in the victim's body?
I believe 7.
And where were they?
Right arm, left arm, 2 in each pec muscle.
2 in each what?
Pec muscle.
Did you or other paramedics cut the clothes off of his body?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of cutting off his clothes?
To truly look at the entire body to see where, if any, other wounds might exist that we don't know about.
Did you give IVs to the victim on the scene?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of that?
Just in case we need to give medication, or in this point of loss of blood could be significant, so we would want to be able to replace fluid to keep their blood pressure up.
And where was the victim when you started placing IVs?
In the back of the ambulance,
And why do you do that in the back of the ambulance?
for a more sterile environment.
And once the victim was in the back of the ambulance, where were you planning to have him transported to?
We received an update from our dispatch that the helicopter was 19 minutes out when we were still on scene treating the patient. So our goal was to go to the closest ER, which would have been Geneva emergency room, to then meet the chopper to send him downtown to a level 1 trauma center.
And why a level 1 trauma center? What does that mean?
So we're bound by what's called Ohio Trauma Triage law, that if a patient meets a significant injury standard of trauma, that we have to go to a trauma center. We're also taught the difference between level 3, level 2, and level 1 trauma centers. This was obviously a case in which the patient would need a level 1, meaning that they would need to have surgery pretty much immediately.
Of all of the wounds that you observed on the victim, did they all appear to be fresh wounds?
Yes.
Did you go with the victim to the hospital, or did you remain on scene?
I remained on scene.
While you were on scene, were you aware at any point of who the shooter was?
Unfortunately, I kind of stuck to the rumor of the shooter had fled. And obviously the police officers were very busy to start with. They had a lot of things going on. Finally had a chance to talk to one of the police officers at one point, in which I asked if they had actually found the shooter, and they advised that the shooter was in the back of the police car. That's when me and one of the officers approached the police car to ask the shooter if he was injured and he needed to be treated.
What was your understanding of why he needed to be treated?
I believe his statement was that he was pushed to the ground and his back hurt.
Were you made aware of any other injuries?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Judge, just very brief. Morning, Lieutenant, how are you?
Morning. Warm.
Yeah, right? So just a couple of questions. I think you just indicated, at least initially, you had received information that the shooter had fled,
Yes.
but ultimately determined that that was incorrect.
Inaccurate, yes.
Okay. And as it relates to the injuries that Mr. Post was complaining of, did you personally do an observation of Mr. Post's body to determine whether or not he had any injuries?
I did not know. I immediately called for another ambulance to come to treat him and take him to the hospital.
Okay. And just lastly, you had mentioned when you're observing Mr. Quiggle, I think you indicated you observed 7 puncture wounds. Correct?
Yes.
Now, to be clear, that doesn't necessarily mean seven separate bullets. That could be in and out wounds, correct? You noted 2 wounds on his chest. That could be if a bullet's grazing the chest, kind of parallel to the body, that could cause multiple wounds.
Yes, yes.
Okay, perfect. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness?
The state calls Greg Walker.
Have a nice day.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear a testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, you have a seat right here. Stay close to that microphone, okay?
Got it.
Ms. Gold?
Good morning. Please state your name for the record, spelling your last name.
Gregory Walker, Walker.
Where do you work?
Madison Fire District.
And what is your title there?
Firefighter paramedic.
How long have you worked for the Madison Fire District?
We're going on 4 years.
Did you work for any other fire departments before the Madison Fire District?
I worked for Ashtabula Township full-time as a firefighter paramedic for 4 years as well.
And what training and education did you receive to hold your current position?
My 240-hour firefighter card with 16 hours of drive time at the time to get my certification. And then my paramedic, you have to be an EMT basic it's about a 6 to 10 month long course depending on which route you go. And then paramedic is another year of training.
Do you have to pass the state test?
You have to pass a national test, national registry.
And did you pass that test?
I did.
I'm going to direct your attention to March 21st, 2025. Were you working that day?
I was.
And did there come a time you were dispatched to a shooting at the Cleveland Clinic in Madison Township?
Yes.
And is that in Lake County, Ohio, in Madison?
Yes.
Prior to your arrival, were you made aware of the nature of the incident you would be responding to?
Yes.
And what information did you have about that incident?
We were dispatched to a shooting
What time were you dispatched?
around 5:20.
And how long did it take you to respond to the scene?
It took us just shy of 5 minutes.
Who else did you respond with?
It was myself, firefighter EMT James Turek driving the ambulance, and then Madeline Womack, she's a firefighter paramedic as well. It was her first day, so she was training. And then Lieutenant Michael Brewer, he drove the fire engine.
When you responded to the scene, did you locate the victim?
We did.
And what did you notice first about the victim?
They were laying on the ground in the parking lot, surrounded by other caregivers rendering first aid.
And how did you aid the victim? What did you do?
We took over care from the urgent care staff, or the express care staff, and we took care of any immediate life threats and took them to the hospital.
How would you describe the victim's condition when you arrived?
Very serious.
What do you mean by that?
He had multiple bullet holes in his body, and his vital signs were stable, which is good, but anytime that you have multiple bullet holes in your body, it's a very serious issue.
Where did you observe those bullet holes?
They're in his left upper arm, his chest, his right chest, underneath his right armpit, and in his lower back.
Did you try to control the bleeding?
Yes.
And what steps do you take to control bleeding?
The urgent care staff had bleeding controlled in his left upper arm at the time, and we just resumed the direct pressure to control the bleeding.
Were his clothes cut off?
We cut his clothes off.
And what is the reason for that?
I'm sorry?
What is the reason for that?
So we can expose the rest of his body to find any additional injuries that we were told about or not told about, for that matter.
Were spinal precautions taken to protect the victim?
Yes.
And what were those precautions?
Immediately upon arrival, we took cervical spine immobilization, manually holding his head and neck in a neutral position. And then when we rolled the patient over to roll him onto the backboard, that's actually when we found the other bullet hole in his lower back.
While you were attending to the victim, did you see a bullet fall from his person?
I personally did not, but other coworkers did.
And once the victim was placed on the backboard, what did you guys do next?
We loaded the patient from the backboard onto our ambulance cot, moved them into the back of the ambulance, and we continued care in the back of the ambulance.
What care did you provide in the back of the ambulance?
We started 2 large bore IVs for fluid resuscitation, and if we needed to give him any sort of medicines in the back of the ambulance, we had the vascular access to do so. We gave him a fluid bolus, which was to help with any sort of internal bleeding that may or may not have been happening. We could replenish any of the fluids that were lost in his body. And then we listened to lung sounds to make sure that his lungs were okay, listened to his heart. We provided cardiac monitoring to watch his heart rate to make sure it didn't drop too low or go too fast.
Did you maintain his vitals?
Yes, we did.
And what does it mean to maintain vitals?
We reassessed his vital signs every 5 minutes while we had the patient in the back of the ambulance all the way to the hospital until we transferred care to the hospital.
And once he was in that ambulance, which hospital did you go to?
We transported him to the closest facility, which was Geneva, UH Geneva.
And once you arrived at UH Geneva, was the victim given any tests at that hospital?
I believe we took him directly into the CAT scan, so he got I believe they did a full body CAT scan.
And then after receiving that CAT scan at UH Geneva, where, if anywhere, was the victim transported?
I do not know.
Do you know whether he was transported in a helicopter?
We called for a helicopter, and a helicopter did land at the hospital to transport our patient to a more appropriate facility.
What do you mean by more appropriate facility?
To a trauma center. A gunshot wound is considered a trauma, and UH Geneva is a very basic emergency room for life-threatening emergencies, and they don't have any surgical interventions on scene there. So they had to be flown to a more appropriate facility downtown to receive surgery.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
Nothing based on that. Thank you, Judge.
All right, you may step down, thank you. Next witness?
Your Honor, the state calls Patrolman Jonathan O'Leary.
You raise your right hand, please. You swear the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. All right, have a seat right here. Please stay close to that microphone. Tuttle?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record and spell the last?
Jonathan O'Leary. Last name's O'', capital L-E-A-R-Y.
Where are you currently employed, Officer O'Leary?
I currently work for the city of Willoughby Hills.
How long have you worked for Willoughby Hills for?
About 4 months.
Okay. Where did you work previously to Willoughby Hills?
Madison Township Police Department.
What is your job title?
Patrol officer.
What training and experience do you have that qualifies you to be a patrol officer?
I underwent my basic police academy in 2004 at Lakeland Community College. I've been a police officer for about 20 years. In that time, I've held different titles, from patrol officer to canine handler, detective. I've worked on a street crimes unit, and I've also worked as like a intermittent or temporary school resource officer.
What departments did you work at prior to, or during your career?
I worked for Madison Village Police Department, I worked for East Cleveland Police Department, Madison Township Police Department, and Willoughby Hills.
How long were you working at Madison Township for?
From 2014 until 2025.
Are you a certified peace officer in the state of Ohio?
I am.
Did you operate any sort of specialized equipment during your time at Madison Township?
Aside from a patrol car, I am a member of the Lake County UAV team, so I do operate drones in the course of my duties at times.
You have special training in operating those drones?
I'm a Part 107 certified drone operator.
Were you working on March 21st, 2025?
I was.
And at that time, you're working for the Madison Township Police Department
That's correct. I was assigned a day shift.
as a patrol officer?
Yes,
Were you dispatched to the scene of a shooting?
I was.
About what time of day was that?
I believe it was about 20 after 5 o'clock.
Okay, so were you nearing the end of your day shift?
Yes.
Where was the shooting at?
2999 McMacken Road.
What facility is located at that address?
It's a Cleveland Clinic facility.
Is that in Lake County, Ohio?
Yes.
What vehicle did you drive to the scene?
My assigned patrol car, which was car 640.
Is that a marked cruiser?
Yes.
Did you use lights and sirens?
Yes.
When you arrive, what do you see?
When I arrived on scene there, I was the first person to arrive. There was a group of people who were standing over top of somebody who was laying on the ground.
Who was that person that was laying on the ground?
Devin Quiggle.
What did Devin Quiggle look like?
He looked upset. When I approached, I asked what was going on. Somebody, I don't recall if it was him or somebody in the crowd, said that he was shot. I asked him where he was shot, and then he told me in the arm and in the leg.
Did he tell you who shot him?
As he was saying, like, I'm shot, arm, leg, he said, that guy, and made a motion with his head, which would have been to my right. There were two people immediately to my right. One ultimately was identified as a passerby that kind of turned into a witness, and the other was the person that he was indicating was responsible.
Who was that person?
David Post.
When Devin Quiggle said, that guy shot me, what did David Post say in response?
He said that he had been thrown or tackled to the ground, and he was on the phone with the police. He had a phone to his ear.
Did he confirm that he shot Devin Quiggle?
I don't recall specifically if he said, I shot Devin Quiggle. I believe when Mr. Quiggle indicated that that's him, that he said something like, I'm right here, or something to that effect.
So he didn't deny shooting?
Correct.
Did you find the firearm?
Yes.
Where was it?
It was on the driver's seat of the blue vehicle that was in the parking lot that we were standing closest to.
Okay, and the defendant readily gave that to you?
He said that it was on the seat of the vehicle.
Did you take the defendant into custody?
I did.
Did he have any other weapons on his person?
There was like a folding pocket knife that was in one of his pockets that I did remove from him because he was going to be placed into my car, and he was not free to go at that time.
Okay, so you took that pocket knife away from him?
Correct.
And you put him in the back of the car?
Correct.
After the defendant's in your cruiser, what happens next?
So a number of things happen after that. Specifically, like, do you mean immediately what do I do after I put him in the car?
Yeah, what are your next steps?
I believe I directed the other officer, the next person to show up was Officer Dahl, and I directed him to go talk to the victim. After that, I recognized a business owner that had walked up that I was familiar with, and I was going to go over and see if he had, seen or heard anything as that would shed light on like why this had all occurred.
Is that business owner the owner of Northridge Automotive?
Not Northridge Automotive.
Okay, what's he the owner of?
I don't recall the specific legal name of his business, but he sells cars, and his car lot is located at the opposite corner on the north side of Northridge Road and McMacken Road.
If I told you that's called Northridge Automotive, do you have any reason to disagree with me?
Well, I believe Northridge Automotive is a mechanic shop that's immediately to the west of that.
Different facility?
What's that?
That's a different facility?
I could be mistaken, but I believe
Okay.
Northridge Automotive is a different facility.
Did that individual that you spoke to see or hear anything that happened?
I got a brief statement from him that he let me know that he was at his business and he had seen the two vehicles that were in the lot, one being Mr. Quiggle, the other, I believe, Mr. Post, although he didn't name them by name, and he said that the kid that was in the black car, which was Mr. Quiggle, was yelling like out of the window, like they were in some kind of argument.
Okay. Did he give you any specifics about what he heard?
I don't believe so, because also while I was trying to obtain that information, several family members of Mr. Quiggle had shown up on scene, and my concern at that point in time was that I had Mr. Post in my police car, and that I was trying to make sure that there was not any interaction between the two, anybody from the family and Mr. Post.
At that point in time, did you know what the relationship was between Devin Quiggle and Mr. Post?
No.
Okay, so are you just trying to kind of keep the peace?
Yes.
What do you do to try and control the scene at that point?
So, I don't remember how many minutes, but in relatively short time after Officer Dahl had arrived on scene, there was two Madison Village officers that also had come up from Madison Village to assist us with this.
And who were those officers?
That was Sergeant Gamir and Officer Gabanier.
Okay. What do all of you together do?
I mostly really just remained around my car. I didn't want to travel far from it, again, because there were multiple family members there. They're probably nice people, but I didn't know them. So my concern was to ensure Mr. Post's safety, and then the village officers, they went and secured the area around the vehicle where the shooting had taken place at.
When you say secured the area, do you mean with yellow evidence tape?
I believe Officer Gabander did put police tape up to mark off an area, and Sergeant Gabander like stood by the open driver's door.
Of which car?
The blue car that belonged to Mr. Post.
Okay, so somebody is watching that car at all times?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Did you collect any witness statements on the scene?
I did talk to several different people.
Okay, did they provide you oral, written, what kind of statements?
A combination of both. They explained to me what they had seen or didn't see, where they were when things happened, and they accounted for that in written form in their own handwriting.
Is that part of your procedure to collect statements to figure out who saw what?
Yes.
Were you ever handed anything by the medical staff from the Cleveland Clinic facility?
Yes.
What did they hand you?
A projectile that was purported to have fallen out in some form in close proximity, whether it was from the body or clothing, from Mr. Quiggle.
Was that while EMS was on scene?
Yes.
Okay. I understand that this was a very chaotic scene. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say. There was a lot to take in a short time.
A lot of people there?
There's quite a few people.
Okay. So what did you do with that projectile that you were handed?
It was put into a glove, like a protective glove, and put into the front seat of my car, my patrol car.
So inside of your patrol car, we've got a projectile in the front seat, the defendant in the back seat,
And a folding pocket knife in the front seat
a
also.
folding pocket knife in the front seat.
Correct.
Okay, and you are staying by your vehicle?
Yes, at that time.
Did the defendant tell you that he needed medical assistance?
He did.
For what body part?
He said that his back was injured from being slammed to the ground.
So did you get a medical assistance?
I did. I did not summon them immediately. With everything that was going on, I'm trying to, I want to say take it one step at a time, but kind of prioritize things. There was already the medical staff there and the EMS there for Mr. Quiggle. And I had walked Mr. Post over to the car. I didn't see signs that indicated that he was in, significant medical trouble at that time, although he may have been just having some discomfort from whatever happened. So I did let him know that I would get him an ambulance. I'd have talked to him, but that it would be a little bit.
Okay. Did you see any visible injuries on him?
I recall that after I brought him back to the back of my car, but before I put him in it, that I noticed that his shirt, his t-shirt, he had a black t-shirt on and like a blue, I would call it like a work shirt that buttons down where you'd have your name tag on it. And the black shirt appeared to be like stretched. The best thing I could like describe it as is if I grabbed you by the shirt and brought you in to like tell you something and how your shirt would be after that twisting, pulling movement.
Okay, so the shirt looks kind of loose around his neck.
Correct.
Did you notice a hole in it?
I don't remember if there was a hole in it or not, but it was noticeable enough that I took my body camera off of its holder and I held it up for a better view of it.
Did you see any marks on his face or hands or anything else that was visible?
Not that I recall.
You stated that you work on the county drone team.
Correct.
Did you have your drone with you on this day?
But I did have a drone present that day.
What kind of drone were you using?
It's a Mavic 2 Enterprise. It's a DJI drone.
And how does that drone work?
It's controlled by a control station, which is just like a remote control. Prior to putting it up, I have an app that I check to make sure that there's not any restrictions on airspace or reasons why I couldn't fly. And that was clear. Actually, one of the firefighters, who's also a pilot, actually checked that for me and told me that it was clear. You just power up the controller, power up the aircraft, and start to fly.
You took pictures of the scene?
I did,
Would you recognize those if you saw them today?
yes.
All right, we're gonna pull up State's Exhibit 2. It's gonna show up on your small screen in front of you. Now the big screen. I'm gonna have you look at 2A, B, C, and D. And tell me if you recognize them. There's A, B, C, and D. Do you recognize those?
Yes,
Are those the photos that you took on March 21st, 2025 with your drone?
yes,
Are there a fair and accurate depiction of what the scene looked like on that day?
yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask for permission to publish these to the jury.
All right, go ahead.
All right, Officer O'Leary, what do we see in State's Exhibit 2A?
So this is an aerial shot. It's facing to the south on the north side of the Cleveland Clinic building. McMacken Road is the road that is to the right of the building, and then the intersecting road that is to the south of it is Northridge Road.
Okay. What do we see in 2B?
This would be at the southwest corner of the parking lot, and McMacken Road would be to the right where the fire truck's parked, and then the blue vehicle on the left side of the screen would be Mr. Post's vehicle, and the black vehicle to the right of the blue vehicle would be Mr. Quiggle's vehicle.
Are these vehicles in the same position that they were when you arrived?
Yes,
Can we see the yellow police tape establishing a scene?
yes,
Is that what forms that kind of long shape?
yes. However, I will note that that crime scene tape got opened up to a bigger perimeter later in the call. Initially, when the crime scene tape was put up, it was just around the area around Mr. Post's blue vehicle.
Okay, so this is the wider view of the crime scene.
Correct. So the crime scene tape in this manner here was a little farther into the call. I couldn't tell you how many minutes exactly, but yes, this is a wider view of the scene we were at.
Okay, so prior to this footage being taken, at some point that yellow tape was a smaller area.
Correct.
This is the biggest it got.
Correct.
So get 2C. What do we have here?
So the roadway that is on the left of the screen is Northridge Road. The intersecting road that would be towards the top of the picture is McMacken.
And Northridge Road is Route 20, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Over to the far right, you see a small portion of the building, which is the 2999 McMacken Cleveland Clinic building. At the top of the screen, that first building you see at the corner, I believe is called Northridge Auto Center.
Okay.
And that is the car lot that's owned by Mr. Gerson, the person that I spoke to.
Okay, so Northridge Auto Center and Northridge Automotive are two different businesses?
Correct. Northridge
Okay.
Automotive is the white building just west past the one at the corner.
Okay. And the person you spoke from works at the building closer to the scene?
Correct, the one at the corner.
And what do we see in 2D?
This is just a little bit of a closer view of Mr. Quiggle's Chrysler and Mr. Post's, I believe it was a Hyundai, the blue vehicle.
Okay. Do you know if there were additional pictures taken at the scene?
I did not take additional pictures, but I believe that there were more taken.
Have you viewed those pictures?
I believe that I've gone through several different pictures, but
Okay. And you'd be familiar and able to tell us if those accurately reflect the scene?
I believe so, yes.
All right, then I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 2E, F, G, H, and I. Let me take down the big screen, please. I'm gonna show you these to see if you recognize them. This is Exhibit E. Do you recognize this?
I recall seeing this before.
Okay. F,
Yes,
G,
yes,
H,
yes,
I.
yes.
Do these all fairly and accurately depict the crime scene as you saw it on March 21st, 2025?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Judge, we seek permission to publish and admit all of Exhibit 2.
Any objection?
No.
All right, you can publish them and they're all admitted.
Right, can I have the big screen, please? All right, Officer O'Leary, what are we seeing here in Exhibit E?
This is a view of the interior cabin from the driver's door of Mr. Post's vehicle.
Is there a gun in that picture?
There is, looks like there's a number 2 placard next to it on the seat.
Okay. Is that where you saw the gun
Yes,
when you were with Mr. Post?
yes,
Wasn't moved in any way?
no,
What about Exhibit F?
yes,
Is that a close-up of the firearm?
yes.
Is that the firearm that was used to shoot Devin Quiggle?
The best I understand, yes.
And that was collected as evidence?
I did not collect it as evidence, but it was collected as evidence.
Exhibit 2G, what are we seeing here?
This is the driver's side of Mr. Post's vehicle, depicted at the bottom corner on the right. Looks like there's some clothing that was stripped, I believe, from Mr. Quiggle when he was being tended to by EMS and the medical staff, as well as a placard. My eyes aren't as good in my old age, so I can't exactly see what it's marking, but it's marking evidence.
It's marked something small.
Yes.
Exhibit H, what do we have here?
It's another photo of other evidence markers, things on the ground.
Are you marking small things on the ground?
I'll say yes because I can't even see what's there.
Exhibit 2I, what do we have here?
This is another view. It looks like it's facing to like the northwest from the grass area just south of the parking lot of Mr. Post's vehicle.
Okay, and we can see that yellow evidence placard and pile of clothes in this too.
Correct.
Did you stay on the scene while it was processed?
I almost the whole time, yes.
Okay, so you were there while officers were collecting evidence, bagging things, identifying pieces of evidence?
I was present on the same property that they were on, but I was not participating in the same functions that they were.
And what was your function at the time that was occurring?
I believe that while they were collecting the different pieces of evidence and photographing it is when I was speaking to some of the staff and witnesses that were present.
Okay, so you were still doing your part of the investigation, gathering statements?
Correct.
One moment. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination. Yes, Judge.
Morning, officer, how are you?
Morning, sir. How are you?
I'm doing okay. So I think you had just indicated you were the first officer on scene, correct, sir?
I was.
Okay. When you arrived on scene and you first had interaction with Mr. Quiggle, could you refresh my recollection, where was Mr. Post at that time?
At that time, Mr. Post, when I first became, where I directed my attention to him to know it,
Right.
he was standing just like outside of, I guess we'll say, his car door, which was just a few feet away from where Mr. Quiggle was laying on the ground with all the people around him.
Sure. And at that point in time, was he still on the phone with 911, if you recall?
Yes,
Okay. And I think you indicated that, at some point in time, you became aware not only that Mr. Quiggle had been shot, but that Mr. Post is the shooter, and in fact, did he direct you to where the firearm was located?
correct.
Okay. And otherwise, would it be fair to say that his overall demeanor when interacting with you was compliant, cooperative? He's not yelling or screaming?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you indicated you recalled him complaining of some back injury, I think when you secured him and put him in the back of your police cruiser, correct, sir?
Yes, he did. He did say that he had a back injury that he would like to get checked out.
Okay. Did you do beyond just speaking with him briefly about that back injury, did you do a physical examination of his person to determine if he had additional injuries?
Not after he had mentioned it. Beyond my observations, just interacting with him, walking with him to the back of my car before he went inside of it.
And I think, and you had noted that, you saw that the collar of his shirt appeared to have been manipulated in some way, and you found that of evidentiary value, and I think took your body cam off and recorded that, correct?
Correct. To me, it seemed to indicate some type of physical interaction.
Okay. And jumping around here a little bit, at some point in time, you indicated you spoke with a business owner who owned the tire shop across the street. And your understanding in speaking with him is that Mr. Quiggle had been leaning out of his either window or car door yelling at Mr. Bells, correct, sir?
Correct. That's as far as I got with him on scene.
Okay. But you found that relevant enough to include that in your narrative report here, correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, you've indicated how long have you been a police officer?
Approximately 20 years.
Okay. So you appreciate that, there's a reason why you're securing a scene here, because you want to maintain the integrity of the investigation, correct?
Certainly to the best of our ability to do that.
Sure. And make sure that the evidence on scene is not being manipulated with or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And while you were there, did you in fact see anyone attempting to manipulate with any of the physical evidence on scene?
No, not that I can think of.
Okay.
I certainly would have stopped that if I saw that happening.
Right. Sir, can you educate the jury, what is the difference between a projectile and a shell casing?
So a shell casing, if you're the one firing the gun, that's the brass or sometimes steel that ejects out of the side of the gun that held the powder and the projectile. The projectile is the object that fires out of the barrel and actually hits whatever the target is.
Okay. And I think you had indicated when speaking with the prosecutor just a few moments ago that when EMS were rendering aid to Mr. Quiggle and cut off some of his clothing, that a projectile may have fallen out. Is that your understanding?
That was my understanding when it was handed to me.
Okay. And do you recall any other projectiles being located in the crime scene, if you're aware?
I don't have any personal knowledge other than what I've spoke about that was handed to me.
Okay. And based on not only your own personal observations, but the totality of your investigation here, are you aware how many shell casings were located on scene?
I'm actually not aware of how many were on scene.
Nothing further, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, you may step down, thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Sergeant Severco.
Raise your right hand, please. Swear to testimony about the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Have a seat right here. Please stay close to that microphone.
Okay.
go.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Curtis Vagerko,
Where do you work?
Madison Township Police Department.
In what capacity?
I'm a police officer.
Are you a sergeant?
I am a sergeant.
And how long have you been a sergeant?
Since October of 2024.
How long have you worked for the Madison Township Police Department?
I first got hired in August of 2013.
And how long did you work for the department before your promotion to sergeant?
I'm sorry?
How long were you working for the Madison Township Police Department before you became a sergeant?
Approximately 12 years.
Which police academy did you attend?
Cleveland Heights Police Academy,
And when did you graduate?
2002.
Since graduating from the police academy, have you continued to complete training courses?
Yes, I've graduated and continued training and continuous training, yes.
And how often do you have continuous training?
I've had probably 100, 150 continuous training. Most recently, in the past few years, they've started a yearly mandated training for particular topics, and I've did that as required by law.
Are you a certified peace officer in the state of Ohio?
Yes, I am.
I'm going to direct your attention to March 21st, 2025. On that date, were you dispatched for a shooting?
I did respond to a shooting, yes.
And where did you respond?
Cleveland Clinic Medical Facility, 2999 McMacken Road.
Is that in Madison Township, Lake County, Ohio?
Yes, it is.
And when you responded, were you wearing your uniform?
Yes, I was.
Were other officers already present on the scene?
Yes.
Were you the last of the Madison Township Police Department officers to respond?
Yes.
And once you were there, what was your role?
I'm a supervisor. I controlled the scene, make sure that the crime scene was controlled. I already knew that the person that was shot was transported for medical assistance. So secure the scene and project the scene.
Once you were at the scene, did you collect evidence?
Not immediately, but I did collect evidence at the scene.
What did you do before collecting evidence?
I consulted with the officers on scene. I waited for additional assistance with photographing of the scene. After that was completed, then I collected the items.
And what evidence did you collect?
I collected sunglasses, firearm, bullet casings, clothing, a projectile, a knife, and wallet.
Your Honor, permission to publish what has already been admitted into evidence is State's Exhibit 2G.
Go ahead.
And permission to approach the witness.
Yep.
Sorry.
That's the wrong one.
Sergeant, I'm going to approach you with what has been marked for identification, State's Exhibits 5A, 5B, and 5C, along with scissors and gloves.
Hold on, are you having him address this, or? You said you were gonna have him, you asked him about 2G.
Oh, yes.
You do
May
that?
I have that photo up while I show you?
Okay, okay. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
What are the exhibit numbers?
Turning first to what has been marked as State's Exhibit 5A, Do you recognize this packaging?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it by the writing on the face of it. It's my handwriting. I remember collecting the bullet casing.
Using those scissors, will you please open up that package?
And the gloves.
And you don't need to take it out, so just the scissors for now, please. And please look inside. And do you see a bullet casing?
Yes, I do.
And what is the agency, Madison Township Police Department agency number on that item?
It's item number 3.
And turning now to State's Exhibit 2G, which is up on the screen, do you see a placard marking number 3?
Yes, I do.
Was this casing collected from where that number 3 placard is?
Yes, it was.
And is the casing that you see in this bag fair and accurate? From
Yes.
what you collected at the scene?
Yes.
Has it been altered or changed in any way since you last saw it?
I don't think so.
Turning now to State's Exhibit 5B, do you recognize that packaging?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's a package that I put a casing in. I recognize it as the case number and my handwriting on it, item number 4.
Now please open that bag. And is there a casing in that bag?
Yes, there is.
Has it been altered or changed in any way since you last saw it?
Doesn't appear to be so.
Returning now on the screen to State's Exhibit 2H, do you see a placard marked number 4?
Yes.
And what is the agency number for State's Exhibit 5B?
It's number 4.
Did you collect the casing in State's Exhibit 5B from where this number 4 placard is in this photo?
Yes.
Now turning now to State's Exhibit 5C, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the packaging that I put a casing in it. It has my handwriting and our case number.
And what is the agency number?
Number 5.
Turning now to State's Exhibit 2H, do you see a number 5 in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And did you collect this exhibit from where the number 5 placard is in State's Exhibit 2H?
Yes, I did.
Now please open up that bag. And has that casing been altered or changed in any way since you last saw it?
Doesn't appear to be so.
Now I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as State's Exhibit 3.
And what's the, you said the number was, oh.
Now Sergeant Severico, looking at what has been marked as State's Exhibit 3, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the package that was packaged with a projectile and my handwriting and our case number on it.
Now please open State's Exhibit 3 with your scissors. And what is contained within State's Exhibit 3?
It's a bullet projectile.
Has it been altered or changed in any way since you last saw it?
I don't believe so.
And where did this bullet projectile come from?
It was, we obtained it from Officer O'Leary's vehicle.
How did it get to Officer O'Leary's vehicle?
A nurse, he secured it after he received it from a nursing staff.
It's placed in that evidence bag.
Yes,
So once you collect evidence, do you write your initials on the bag so that later you are aware that you are in fact the person who collected that piece of evidence?
I believe we initial the evidence in the tape half on, half off to establish it hasn't been tampered with since it's been sealed in there.
So I'm now going to approach you with what has been marked as State's Exhibit 6A, 6B, and 6C. Now turning first to what has been marked as State's Exhibit 6A, do you recognize this box?
I do recognize it.
And how do you recognize it?
I recognize it. On this day, I secured a firearm inside of it.
Now, I'm going to publish to the jury what has been previously admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 2E. We see a number 2 placard in this photo along with a gun. What agency number is State's Exhibit 6A marked as?
Agency number 2.
And did you recover the gun from where it is depicted in this photo prior to securing it in this box?
Yes.
And after you locate a gun at a scene, what steps do you take to ensure that the gun is safe?
You pull the slide back to make sure there's no live round in the chamber.
And did you do that in this case?
I watched Officer Sharp pull the slide back and remove the bullet from the. I'm sorry. I watched Officer Sharp pull the slide back and remove the bullet from the chamber.
I'm going to ask you to use those scissors to open State's Exhibit 6A.
It's a firearm in a holster.
And is this firearm safe? Has it been made safe?
It's made safe.
How do you know?
It has a lock through the action and down the magazine well.
Now, please lift up State's Exhibit 6A to show the jury. What type of firearm is this? You can
A
look.
handgun.
Has it been altered or changed in any way since you last collected its evidence?
Well, I see writing on the inside of the magazine well that's typically not there, and I'm not sure I recall seeing that last time.
Other than that writing, has this firearm been altered or changed in any way since you last saw it?
It doesn't appear so.
Now, you mentioned that when you collected the firearm, there was a round in the chamber that you removed. I'm going to ask you to look at the exhibit labeled 6B and open that exhibit.
You said open it?
Yes. And what is inside of that envelope?
Appears to be a live unspent round.
Does that look like what you collected from the chamber?
Yes, it does.
Now I'm going to ask you to open what has been marked as State's Exhibit 6C. What is in State's Exhibit 6C?
There's a firearm magazine and some unspent rounds, live rounds.
Do you recognize these items as the magazine and live rounds that were in the magazine when you made the gun safe?
I'd have to open it up more and maybe take it out. Can I use the gloves?
You have to use your gloves.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Do you recognize what is contained in State's Exhibit 6C as the magazine and the bullets, ammunition that came from this firearm when you collected it on the scene?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And this firearm that you have in State's Exhibit 6A, is that a deadly weapon?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as State's Exhibits 7A, B, and C. You indicated that you collected clothing while on the scene. Would you recognize that clothing if you saw it in court today?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to open the bag that is marked as State's Exhibits 7A, B, and C.
Can I stand up to facilitate this?
Yes, Judge, are you okay with
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
Will I still need my gloves on to filter through this? sorry. There. Holding appears to be a T-shirt.
And do you recognize this as an item that you collected from the scene?
Yes, I do.
And who did this T-shirt belong to?
I don't know.
Has it been altered or changed in any way since you last saw it?
No.
And this T-shirt is marked as State's Exhibit 7C. So I'm going to ask you to open the next item on this bag. Now you can take this and hold this, thank you. What are you holding?
Looks like a fleece type of sweatshirt, maybe.
And did you collect this?
Yes,
from
I
the
did.
scene? And that is marked as State's Exhibit.
Oh, it's right here.
And this is marked as State's Exhibit 7B. Has this been altered or changed in any way since you last saw it?
Doesn't appear to be so.
And now I'm going to ask you to remove the next item of clothing from the bag. And what are you holding?
Another sweatshirt.
Did you collect this sweatshirt from the scene?
Yes.
Has it been altered or changed in any way since you last saw it?
Doesn't appear to be so.
And it's marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 7A.
Yes.
Thank you, Sergeant. And looking now at what else is in the bag, without taking it out, can you list what items you see in the bag?
I see two pairs of shoes, well, I'm sorry, one pair of shoes and one stocking hat. And it looks like a fabric softener with blood on it.
Now will you please return State's Exhibit 7A, B, C, T? Now, after you collected each of these pieces of evidence, where do you place them?
I'm sorry, can you ask me that again?
Once you collect evidence, do you bring it back to the police station?
Yes.
And then where do you put them in the police station?
We secured it in the property room.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thanks, Judge. Morning, officer, how are you?
Good morning, good, thank you.
Good. So officer, kind of consistent with, you're wearing latex gloves as you sit there handling evidence on the witness stand. You appreciate the seriousness of this case when you're doing your investigation, correct, sir?
Correct.
And you don't want to do anything that could mess with the integrity of the investigation by even incidentally tampering with any evidence on scene, correct, sir?
That's correct.
And because this is not a traffic ticket, it's a fairly serious case, you're doing a thorough investigation, correct?
Correct.
And so I think you had indicated, while you were the last officer, I think, on scene initially, you remained on scene for several hours, correct?
I did.
And during the course of your time there on scene, you're collecting evidence, correct?
Can you say that again? Ask that again?
Sure. So while on scene, you were collecting and documenting physical evidence, correct, sir?
There was a portion where I was waiting to collect, but yeah, a lot of it was waiting, but then I collected evidence.
Well, excising the waiting, there is a portion where you're going around investigating the crime scene, trying to determine whether or not there's any germane physical evidence on scene, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And when you're doing that, you're searching, you know, the general area, not just exactly where Mr. Quiggle was laying, but the area around that. Strike that. Sir, did you search the parking lot, at least where near where the cars were located?
Yes,
Okay. Did you search over in the grassy area that was a little past where the cars are located?
I don't think we searched over in the grass area.
Okay. Did you search underneath the vehicles for any evidence?
Yes,
Okay. So again, generally in that the circle, that's near where you understand the shooting incident occurred.
yes,
Okay. And I think you indicated you collected one shell casing, or excuse me, 3 shell casings, 1 projectile, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And sir, based on your understanding, the totality of your investigation and speaking with other officers, it was, in fact, your understanding and what you communicated to your colleagues is that there were 3 shots fired, correct?
Could you repeat that again for me?
Sure. So based on the totality of your investigation, it was your understanding and what, in fact, you communicated to other officers on scene is that there were 3 shots fired, correct?
I'm not sure that's entirely accurate.
Okay. So while you were on scene, sir, were you equipped with a body cam video?
Yes,
And in fact, are other Madison police officers equipped with body cam video?
yes,
And in an incident like this, where again, it's very serious, you're gathering evidence, it would be commonplace to have those body cams activated during the course of your investigation.
yes,
And in fact, were you aware that other officers and yourself had your body cams running while you're on scene?
yes, I did.
Okay. So do you recall telling one of your fellow officers that there were 3 shots fired?
I don't know if I recall telling them that, but I suspected that there was 3 shots fired.
Okay. If I played for you a portion of an officer body cam video, would that potentially refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Judge, may I approach? So, you could go ahead and put these on.
Sure.
Sir, did you hear yourself just speaking with other officers?
I did.
Okay. And so, in fact, sir, I'll take this from you. In fact, did you indicate to other officers that you believe there were 3 shots fired?
I didn't hear it in there, but I did at that time suspect that there were 3 shots fired.
Just one moment. apologize. Judge, may I approach one more time?
Yeah.
We're going to take another.
Sure.
Yes.
Thanks.
There you go. All right, sir. Again, I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but was it your understanding and belief at that point in time that there had been 3 shots fired?
That's true, yes.
Okay, and that would be consistent with the physical evidence that you recovered, namely 3 shell casings recovered on scene?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, during the course of your investigation, did there come a time where you were able to inventory the black vehicle that you learned was owned by the alleged victim here, Devin Quick?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall what items of interest were located in that vehicle?
In the black car, I don't recall locating items of interest.
Do you recall at any point in time locating any THC products?
Objection.
Come on up. All right, the objection is sustained. The jury is instructed to disregard the answer and to not to consider that for any purpose. Mr. Marine?
Nothing further at this time, thank you.
Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor. Sergeant Severco, were you on scene when the shots were fired?
I was not.
Why did you believe that 3 shots had been fired?
I located where there was 3 casings were located.
And do you know for sure how many shots were fired?
I don't know for sure.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any recross based on that?
No, Judge, not based on
All
that.
right, you
Thank
may
you.
step down, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna give you about a 10-minute break. Remember not to discuss the case.
as requested by the agency.
Who can submit evidence to the crime lab?
Primarily, we service any of the agencies, police agencies and law enforcement agencies in Lake County, but we can also take cases from out of county, different organizations in law enforcement as per whatever scheduled fee that we agree to.
Does it have to be submitted by law enforcement?
Yes.
How does the Lake County Crime Lab get evidence?
So the Lake County Crime Lab receives evidence in a case when specific evidence technicians or officers bring it in. They come through a secure access door, and they interact with our different evidence technicians that are up at the front. So they'll bring them directly to them as like a secure access area.
Okay, is there a label created for each item?
Yes, there is.
And what does that label have on it?
So each item is pertaining to a specific case. So when an agency brings in evidence that's all related to the same incident, it'll receive a specific case number that is unique to that case. And then each of those item numbers get its own unique identifier as it comes into the laboratory. So there'll be one case number and a bunch of items associated with that case. Each of those items get its unique barcode on it. So it has the overall case number and then the item number that we assign to it, along with a barcode that allows for scanning and tracking throughout the laboratory.
Do items have to be sealed when they come into the crime lab?
That's something that is checked by the evidence technicians when we receive it. And we have specific sealing and sealing procedures and what we have expectations for the submitting agency. So those are given to them beforehand, and the expectation is that when they come in the door, it's ready to submit, and so it is sealed.
Once the crime lab accepts a piece of evidence, where is it stored?
So after it's received by the evidence technicians up at the front, it's all compiled and then taken back to our secure evidence cage. So it's doubly secure. It has a keypad entrance and a lock on the cage, and it's put into specific bins depending upon the requested analysis that they have. So if it's for a particular section, it's stored in that section. And then the analysts in that section are notified that there's a case and evidence pending for examination.
When you're notified that there is a case for you to work or evidence that's available, what do you do with it?
So we receive a notification via, there's like a colored folder, so that kind of designates to us what kind of analysis is being requested on this case. So in this instance, if it's, say it's a firearms case, we'll receive a specific color folder with the case number on the top of it, and that'll be our notification that there's evidence for us to work. Then we can go into our laboratory information management system, or a LIMS system, that tracks all the movement and sorts the cases for us in our electronic components. So we'll go into there and see how many items of evidence, what their request is, what kind of examination that they're requesting, and then do some prep work to just make sure that our notes and our report are ready to write.
Do you initial and date the barcode when you start your testing?
So whenever we go and retrieve items from that secure access evidence cage, we take them to where we're going to be testing them, and then we put our initials and date on the specific barcode when we scan it into our possession. So because it has a barcode, we have a specific barcode with a PIN access that tells the computer that's in our possession. And the way that that's notated on the actual item is that we sign and date the actual, or near the barcode area, so we can keep track of it on that, and it's also cataloged electronically whenever we do a transfer.
Does anyone else know your PIN, or is that secret?
That's our own unique PIN. To each analyst has its own PIN.
So nobody can sign evidence out as somebody else?
Correct.
When you're done testing, what do you do with the evidence?
The evidence then is resealed, and depending upon where it goes, sometimes it has further testing. We want it to go to a different analyst in a different section. We'll do subsequent testing, or we'll seal it up and put it back into the secure evidence cage and mark it ready for return. So when the agencies come back, they can pick that up, and it's all sealed and secured until that time.
Is the Lake County Crime Lab accredited?
Yes, we are accredited through ANAB. So what accreditation is it just means that we're held to a standard outside of the laboratory. So there's international standards that allow us to perform testing and ensure that the testing that we do meets a higher standard, and it's not just Lake County saying that this is accurate. Our accrediting agency is ANAB, and we're held to an ISO standard. So ISO is an international accreditation, international standards organization. So they're setting standards for a multitude of different fields, not just forensics. So the ISO that you may be familiar with also has rules about how forensic laboratories can operate and measure and do testing. So our ISO is ISO 17025, and we have supplemental rules that specifically relate to forensic laboratories and forensic testing, to kind of clarify. So we've been accredited at the Lake County Crime Lab since 2000, and there's been no breaks between when we've been accredited until today.
How often is the crime lab re-accredited?
So we have assessments where they will send professional assessors out to make sure that we're maintaining standards. And so that's on a cycle of 4 years. So we have an on-site visit where they send these assessors out and they do all the different areas that are under our scope of accreditation. And our scope just tells them exactly what kind of testing that we're doing that falls under that accreditation umbrella. So they'll come out and they'll spend a certain amount of time on site looking at our processes, evaluating the way that we're doing evidence and the testing and the different equipment. And then they'll write an evaluation to say that we are or are not meeting the specific standards. That happens every 4 years, and then every 2 years, the in between, we have a spot check essentially. So they'll send like a couple different of the assessors out, and they'll check specific areas. So they'll check like either the DNA section, or they'll check the drug section or the toxicology section. They'll do just like spot checks on those. So it's not a full assessment, it's just a spot check.
Did there come a time where you received evidence from the Madison Township Police Department regarding a Devin Quiggle or a David Post?
Yes.
Did you perform any analysis on these items?
Yes, so I performed a firearms analysis and I performed a firearms examination. The difference just is our firearms analysis falls under that scope of our accreditation, so we're held to specific standards on that one specifically. So there are testing rules for our accreditation that we do. Our firearms examination is not under the scope of that just because of the nature of the testing that we're doing and the lack of casework that we have available for that.
So does the lab just not do enough of that type of testing to be accredited?
So for the assessors, they need to see a certain amount of cases that are produced by the laboratory in order to evaluate if we're meeting the standards. If your laboratory just doesn't get enough of those tests for the assessors to be able to evaluate that you're doing all the testing according to the standards, then they're not able to really assess if you're doing that or not. However, we do have the same type of standards that would meet accreditation if we had the number of cases that we do. So we still follow specific rules. We have SOPs in place that we follow. We're still proficiency tested in it every 4 years to make sure that an external agency creates a test for us. And we perform our testing and we find if we're in tolerance or not with those answers. And so all of us are proficiency tested. We just simply don't have the casework that would meet the standards for accreditation.
And do you follow the same procedures that you learned at your 17-week course run by the ATF?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What did you receive at the crime lab in connection with this case?
So I received several items, including a firearm, some fired components, and some clothing.
And what was the requested testing?
So initially it came in and they wanted to do what we call an operability test, and they wanted a comparison test, and they wanted some distance determination. So the first two is an operability test, is testing whether or not this gun functions and if it works as intended. They also wanted to do some comparison, and that relates to the fired components that were collected in comparison to the fired components that are produced by a specific firearm. And they also wanted to do a distance determination. So this distance determination falls into the examination category that we talked about, where it's outside of the scope of our accreditation due to the lack of testing. So the examination that I was doing in this one is distance determination, where I'm looking at the muzzle to target distance and using a series of test panels to estimate approximately how far away the muzzle of a gun was from the target, which is where it impacted. That's using a series of tests that include a chemical and some visual examinations, and that's what's outside of the scope of our accreditation.
Okay, let's handle those tests one at a time. So you said that you were to determine the operability of a firearm. Were you involved in determining operability?
Yes, I was.
Is there another individual that works in the firearm and latent print section of the lab?
Yes.
What's their name?
Her name is Rebecca Silverstein Gross.
Was Rebecca also involved in the operability portion of the firearm?
So because I'm still in training and I hadn't been signed off on the competency for the comparison aspect of it, traditionally our operability and our comparison reports have been the same. So I performed the operability testing on this one, and she did the comparison of this aspect. So I did all the operability tested where I was doing a function test and all the things that go into an operability test. And then I was also evaluating the fired components for ability to do a comparison. She did the subsequent comparison, so that's why my operability is included in her report. But I did all the testing for the operability test.
All right. Do you remember what the gun was that you performed the operability testing on?
Yes,
Do you have gloves with you, or do you need a
I do have gloves, yes.
Perfect.
I'm approaching the witness with what has been previously identified as State's Exhibit 6A.
What number?
6A.
6A, yes.
Courtney, can you tell us what's in State's Exhibit 6A?
It's a firearm. I'm just making sure that it's safe. It has a child lock on it and has been locked open, so it is been rendered safe. Yes, so there is a firearm here in a holster.
And is that the firearm that you performed operability testing on?
Yes, it is.
What kind of firearm is that?
So this is a Ruger LCP,
Okay, and what caliber?
380 auto.
What did you do with this gun to determine that it was operable?
So whenever we're performing testing, safety is really important to us. So what we do is we bring them into a secure access area where we have a space to work. So initially we'll take the item of evidence and scan it into our possession so that the computer knows that we're working on this specific item at this time. Then we'll check the seals to make sure that they maintained and they have been maintained and are intact whenever we receive it. So there hasn't been any sort of deviation or anything different from when it came into the laboratory to when we start working on it. So after I evaluate the seals, I then open it up and take a picture of what I received in this case, so I can document that this is the item of evidence as it came to me. Then as I'm doing that, I'm making sure that it's not loaded and it's safe, because we want to make sure that we're only handling firearms safely. So after that, I'll catalog the items that I've received, including the firearm itself and any of the other components like the holster here, if it has a magazine or that kind of thing, is all compiled into and maintained and documented. So after I do that kind of testing, I will swab for DNA just as a precaution, and that's just how we do every firearm that comes in. It's just it gets a general swab for DNA. After that, I will make sure that all the components are together, and I will start my function testing.
What is your function testing?
So a function test is going to be comprised of two basic tests that we'll do. We'll do some bench testing, and then we'll do a test firing session. So our bench testing is just, in addition to cataloging all the different components and information about this firearm, including the serial number, caliber, a general description, the different safeties that are on the exterior. After we catalog all of that, we're going to do a series of 3 tests at least. So for this one, it includes a pencil test, a drop test, and a cycling test. So whenever we have a firearm that comes in, we want to see if whenever we pull the trigger, if it functions the way that it's supposed to. All the bench testing is done without any live ammunition, because we want to make sure that we're maintaining that safety. So for this, the way that we tested the firing mechanism is operational and is working as it's supposed to without any ammunition, is we'll stick a pencil with the eraser side down the barrel of the gun so it rests against the breech face. And the gun will be cocked and ready to fire. We will pull the trigger, and if the pencil moves, that means that the firing pin interacted with where the primer would sit. So after we do that testing, we'll take a small hammer and we'll hit it at a bunch of different areas along the firearm. And that's just testing to see, like, if this firearm were to be dropped slightly, that it will still not go off unless the trigger is pulled. So after we re-rack it and we put the pencil, we hit it with a hammer a couple times very lightly. This isn't the sledgehammer, it's a small little hammer, it's about this big. So after we do that, we'll pull the trigger again, and if the pencil moves again, it means that the firing pin wasn't engaged by any sort of impact that we were hitting it with, and is rendered safe. The last one is a cycling exam. So we will take the magazine, we will load it to its full capacity, and then we will insert it into the firearm, and we will cycle the rounds through to see if it is feeding and extracting and ejecting properly as we expect it to, which is all part of the functionality. So that's all of our bench testing. After that, we complete a set of test fires. This typically includes at least one of if there is submitted ammunition. We'll use one of those if we deem that it's safe and doesn't look like it's reloaded or has any tampering with it.
We'll load one of those and typically two different laboratory stock ammunition. So at the laboratory, we maintain a pretty extensive amount of firing of ammunition, just in different calibers, so we can do testing on firearms like this. And we will load those into the magazine, and we will take the magazine and the firearm separately into our range, which we will usually discharge into a water tank. We have a couple different ways that we can recover the different projectiles, but typically we're going to be using a water tank. Again, safety is really important to us. We're following all the safety rules. No one else is in the room at the time. We're wearing hearing and eye protection, some PPE, all that kind of stuff. And then we retrieve the fired components, and those get put into a separate item of evidence for testing.
Did you receive this firearm with a magazine and ammunition?
Yes.
Were you able to use the ammunition that was submitted with the firearm for your test fires?
Yes.
And was this an operable firearm?
Yes, it was an operable firearm, and it functioned normally. So it went off, and it went off as it should.
Was it capable of expelling and propelling a projectile by the action of an explosive or combustible propellant?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So once you determine that this is an operable firearm, what do you do next?
So in this case, I took it out of my custody, so it's still in my custody per our chain of custody and our limb system. So I scanned it back to a secure location, and I notified to my partner that she was ready to do her part of this. So she was doing the comparison part of it, so I let her know that it was ready for her to do the comparison.
Once she was completed with her testing, did you check the firearm out again?
Yes, so I had to perform additional test fires so I could complete some of the work on the distance determination.
Did you author a report in connection with those distance determinations?
I did.
Would you recognize that if we showed it to you?
Yes.
Pulling up State's Exhibit 9A. Jordan, let us know when that appears on your screen.
Yes, I have it.
It's very large, so we're going to have to scroll so you can see the whole thing. You following as I scroll?
Yes, I am.
And is this your report regarding the testing that you did?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Has it been changed and altered in any way?
No,
Accurately reflects your opinions?
it does.
Okay. So, what is a distance determination?
So this distance determination is an attempt to understand the distance between the muzzle and the target at the time of discharge. So we can do this because if you've ever seen like a slow motion video or even like a picture of a firearm immediately after the trigger is pulled and the bullet is leaving the muzzle end of the barrel, you see that there's like this puff of smoke that comes out, and sometimes there's like flames and some sparks that are coming out of that barrel end along with the projectile. So those have some very specific and distinct chemical components that we can utilize and observe during testing of different things. So the distance between where the muzzle is and where it interacts with the target can leave different patterns and different visual examination things that we can pick up on. So sometimes that's just the size of the defect that is left on the target. Sometimes there's like some powder residues, including some burnt and unburnt powder that is basically on the target around the defect specifically. And there's different tests that we can do to look for the different components that we would expect to see in that sort of discharge. So we do a series of 3 tests. We have a visual examination where I'm just looking at it to see how many defects there are and what those look like and trying to count all of them. We have a modified Grice test that we run on all of them. So that is going to be looking for the nitrites. Nitrates are found very commonly in a lot of powders, and that's what causes the explosion of the rapid expansion of heat and gas when the primer is detonated, which causes the bullet to go down and engage with the rifling and go out of the barrel of the firearm. So whenever those are burned, those nitrates turn into nitrites. Nitrites can be tested with a color test with this modified Grice test is what we're performing. And typically the last step in this is going to be a lead test. So we use sodium rhodizonate in the presence of an acid, and it changes to a nice purple color. So those are the ones that we're typically doing when we're looking at pattern. If we're just looking for if there is a
passage of a projectile to see if the defect just is related to a bullet or any sort of projectile going through it. We can also test for copper, which is another spot test that we can do. That's another color test that changes in the presence of copper.
So did you perform the modified Grice lead and copper testing in this case?
I did, yes.
Did you receive the clothing of the person who was shot in this case to perform that testing?
I received clothing that they asked for distance determination on, yes.
Okay, and what items did you receive?
So I received what we have marked as item 5 and item 8.
Okay, and what was item 5?
So item 5 had the, it had the hoodie, and it had 2 different hoodies, sweatshirts, and a t-shirt, along with some shoes and a hat, I believe.
Okay, would you recognize those 2 sweatshirts and a t-shirt if I showed them to you?
Yes, I would.
Judge, can I ask permission for the witness to step down and make use of the hanging section for this testimony? Thank you. All right.
Jordan, can you step down for me?
Sure.
We're gonna get exhibit 7. We've got some hangers here. So hold these over here so hopefully everyone can see us. All right. Is this the bag that you received at the lab?
Yes, because here is my initials with a date, and this is the barcode that I was talking about that has a specific, it has not only the crime lab, but it has our lab number and the item number that was specifically received, and these are my initials and the date that I.
So that's one of those tracking barcodes that you have to scan?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Is the gray Carhartt hoodie inside of that bag?
Yes, it is.
Okay, can you pull that one out? Right, is there a swing tag on that that indicates what evidence item it is?
Yes,
Is that item 7A?
it shows 7.
Is this the hoodie in the state that you received it?
So I did alterations on this one, so there are differences than when I received it, but it is the same as when I returned it.
What alterations did you do?
So as you can see, there's some cutting of the clothing that occurred. I did an additional cut because I removed a panel of the right sleeve so I can conduct my testing. So this was initially intact, and it had all the way down to the cuff initially. But so I could complete my testing, I did remove this here, and I have a date and my initials here to show that that's where I removed it from here. So this initially came in with both sleeves intact, and I removed a piece to do my testing for the distance determination.
Why was it important to use a piece of the fabric that Devin Quiggle was wearing?
So one of the components that can affect testing is the type of material that is used in the target. So we want to maintain consistency whenever we're doing tests, so we can test same to same. So I use the same firearm, I use the same ammunition that was submitted, and I wanted to use, in addition to some cotton 12 panels, so I can see what the pattern looks like, I wanted to show at least one test fire into the material that I was using for the actual test, so I can maintain the similarities and decrease the variables that would influence the results.
So prior to cutting a piece off of this, did you take a photo of the item?
Yes, I did.
And did you identify any defects that you saw when it came into the lab?
Yes, I did.
All right, we're gonna pull up State's Exhibit 9B and C.
No, just 9B, I'm sorry.
Jordan, I know this is hard because now I have you in the well. Can you come over here and look at this small screen? See State's Exhibit 9B? Is that the photo that you took of the Carhartt hoodie with the defects you saw labeled?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Has it been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Okay. Judge, can we publish State's Exhibit 9B?
No objection. Go ahead.
All right, so tell us what we're looking at here.
So this is an initial photograph that I took when I was doing my initial examination of the hoodie that I received in this case. So I took this image and then I labeled the defects that I observed that I was going to, that were just part of my visual examination. So I labeled them as defects 1, 2, and 3.
And And are they 1, 2, and 3 because you started with this item first?
Yes.
All right, let's hang this up, and can you point to us where defects 1, 2, and 3 are on this item? I think the clip is probably our best bet, right? So where do we have defects 1, 2, and 3?
So this came in where it was cut. And so you can see that I married the sides here for this photo. So this here is my defect 1. That is one defect here. This here, defect 2. And then my defect 3 is in here. Right here, this is my defect 3.
Okay, so you didn't make any of the cuts that have this dangling as like a long piece?
Correct, no. The only cut and the only alteration that I did was marked here, honestly.
So based on seeing those 3 defects, what kind of testing did you do?
So defect 3, this last one here, I marked it because it is a defect in the fabric. I think this is more closely associated with when they were cutting it, but they just kind of cut into here. But I just wanted to mark it because it is not a part of the original one here. So this one didn't receive any other testing. I just did a visual exam and documented that it was here.
And on a visual exam, it does not appear to be consistent with the passage of a projectile?
No, it does not.
Is there anything around it that would make it seem like it's consistent with a projectile?
No.
Okay, so what further testing did we do?
So then on this defects 1 and defects 2, I did a visual examination. So I measured the size of the defect, I notated any sort of powder residue if there was any, and then I also conducted an IR exam with infrared light and an infrared camera because this is a darker material, and so if there was any powder residue that I wasn't visualizing just with my naked eye, you would be able to see it in an IR spectrum. So I did all that testing for both defect 1 and defect 2. And then I also completed that modified Grice test where I was looking for the presence of nitrites. And I also completed a lead test where I was looking for the presence of lead.
How did you do that modified Grice test?
So this is going to be a test that involves like some other chemical components. So I have some pre-treated paper that in the presence of nitrites will turn an orange color. So what I did is I pulled this pre-treated sheet of paper. I placed the defect onto the sheet of paper and outlined on the paper with pencil exactly where the defect was where I was testing. And then I added fresh cotton gauze over the top that was treated in acetic acid, which helps transfer the nitrites onto the piece of paper. And then I applied a piece of paper and an iron for about 30 seconds onto it. So it causes the acetic acid to put the nitrites onto the piece of paper, which will react and turn orange in the presence of them. So that is how I tested both of the defects like that.
Did it turn orange from either of the defects?
There was some slight orange color associated with it, yeah, I did, yes. So yeah.
On both defects 1 and 2?
There was like a slight orange one. It wasn't a super strong reaction, but this one too, especially with defect 1, I had to go through several layers of it. So there was some orange haze, but it wasn't super indicative.
Okay, what about the lead testing?
So lead testing, I applied directly to the item, and there's like a slight color change on the item here. That's from some of the chemical testing that was present. So what I did is I took a spray bottle and I loaded my sodium rhodesonate, a buffer solution, and some hydrochloric acid. And I took it and it was like a paint sprayer that I applied directly to it, and it goes in a series in a sequence. So I started with the sodium rhodesonate, which turns it like this orangey color. And then I sprayed it with the buffer, which turns it a bright pink in the presence of heavy metals. And when I applied the hydrochloric acid to it, it drops the pink and only leaves a purple, and that's specific to lead.
So what were your findings relating to that test?
So that there are chemicals present that I would associate with the passage of a projectile, and that due to the visual examination that it's a close or near contact range.
How do you determine that it's close or near contact?
So because contact would be like specifically flush, so whenever we're talking about the distances, we usually do a series, right? So the results of this test are never going to be very specific to like a specific distance. So I'm never going to be able to say it was 4.5 inches away at the time of discharge. Typically we give a range unless we can find something more indicative. Whenever you have a close or near contact discharge of a firearm against a target, it has a very specific pattern that it leaves and the way that the gases interact with if the target is very close to the barrel at the time of discharge, the gases don't have anywhere to go and they can't really expel. So that's why you'll see like some ripping and some tearing that is indicative, because the gases are rapidly expanding when they're not contained by the barrel, as it was in the barrel. So that's pretty indicative of a near or close contact. So contact would be if it's like really pressed into it and near contact. I don't really specify between like it's 0.002 inches away. I can't get that specific, but it was just very near the target at the time of discharge.
And did you do any like comparison fires to help you determine that?
Yes, so I did a series of 3 different test fires on different targets. So I did, traditionally we do it on a piece of white cotton twill. We do that because it's the easiest to see the pattern if there is one. So I did a near or close contact with the same firearm and the same ammunition on the cotton twill, and twice at 2 different distances, and then I did it on the other arm that I cut off to show that it was the same kind of test.
Okay. Did you perform any additional testing on this outermost layer?
No.
What is the next item down?
So the next layer that was done was a black Sherpa hood.
Okay, let's pull that out of Exhibit 7. Move this one over, give ourselves a little space. Can you pull that one out, please, Jordan? Okay, so that's State's Exhibit 7B you're holding?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you do a visual examination of this item
I did.
for defects?
Yes,
Did you take photographs?
I did.
And did you label them similar to State's Exhibit 9B?
I did.
Tony, can you turn off the big screen, please? Thank you. I'm gonna have you take a look at State's Exhibit 9C, D, and E over here on the screen for me, Jordan. Okay, this is 9C. Just scroll.
There you go.
Okay.
Keep going.
Keep going? Okay. And then 9D.
Hey, Tony, get that thing. Hold on a minute, Ms. Tuttle. I want to make sure that everybody can hear her, so we're going to put that lapel on her, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, Jordan. This is State's Exhibit 9D. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. And then 9E. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Are those all the photos that you took of this Sherpa hoodie?
These are photos that I took of the Sherpa hoodie, yes.
Okay, and are they fair and accurate representations of the hoodie as you saw it when you did your testing?
Yes.
Judge, we ask permission to publish 9C, D, and E.
Objection. Okay, go ahead.
All right, so this is 9C. What defects are we seeing on this Sherpa hoodie? We can hang it up so we can
Yeah, let's,
cross-reference.
yeah. Right there. Over here.
All right. So looking at the Sherpa hoodie itself and your photo with the defects, where are we seeing defects?
So again, I married these two back together because it's like that long cut and I could find the edges in common. So this is gonna be the defects 4 and 5. The reason that they're 4 and 5 is because there is this small piece that separates them here. And then this is gonna be defect 6.
And do we see defect 6 in the next exhibit 9D? Or 9E?
So yeah, that's my 4 and 5, and that's defect 6.
Okay. If we go back to 9C, what is this defect 16?
So that's on the other side over here.
So is that in the right armpit-ish area of
So
the
that
jacket?
would be this defect here. This hole.
Is there a defect like that and in that location on the Carhartt hoodie?
There is not.
Would you expect to see one if it's the outermost layer and this is underneath it?
If it was coming from the exterior in and it was in the same location at the time of discharge, then there should be one.
Okay, but we don't see anything on the Carhartt hoodie.
There is not one, no.
Do we see anything on the Carhartt hoodie that would indicate that it was ever touched by a projectile there?
No.
Okay. Do you know where the victim was shot?
No.
Do you know how he was shot?
No.
Do you know how many times he was shot?
No idea.
Okay. What testing did you perform on these defects?
So on these defects, I just did a visual examination on the two of them. And the only reason I did a visual examination only on these two defects is because they corresponded with the defects on the Carhartt. And the chemical testing that I would be doing only reacts with the top layer because that's where the cloud of smoke essentially is deposited. I wouldn't expect to see any of the residues that are present on the exterior layer, on the interior layer because it was blocked. There's an intervening object, right? So that's why I didn't do any more chemical testing. I just documented the size, location, and the presence of them for my report. So that's why I did that one. On this test here, because on this defect, so that defect 16, because there wasn't a corresponding one on the outermost layer, I was unsure if that was due to any sort of passive or projectile. So I did some spot testing of the copper test that we talked about, and I also did a lead test as well.
How did you do your copper test?
So the copper test, I created a sodium hydroxide solution, and in the presence of copper, it turns a dark color.
Did this turn a darker color?
No, it did not.
What about the lead test?
The lead test, I performed a very similar test where we do the same test where it's a sodium rhodizonate with the buffer and with the hydrochloric acid. But because this is a dark fabric and the purple is a dark color, we have to do what we call a Bashinsky transfer. So what that does is we create a sheet of filter paper that's brand new to this item specifically. We label it where the defect is, and then we'll do the same testing and have it transfer onto the filter paper. There is a loss of information, but because I can't see the color change on a dark item, it's the best and the most accepted way to do it on a dark fabric.
And what were the results of that lead test?
There was no positive reaction.
Okay, so we have no information from defect number 16.
Right, all my chemical tests did not develop any sort of indication that there was copper or lead present.
Is the specific texture and color of that fabric difficult to do chemical testing on?
It can kind of mask some of the results of that because of the way that the fabric is all textured, and then if there's anything else present, like suspected biological material like potential blood can also potentially mask some very light things as well.
Okay, so that's all the testing you performed on this middle layer?
Correct.
All right, would you recognize the last layer if I showed it to you?
Yes, I would.
You pull out the last item that you tested from this bag. Okay. Does that have a swing tag on it indicating an evidence number?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and what's that?
7C.
Okay, what is this layer?
So this is a blue t-shirt and is the innermost layer.
Was it all cut up like that when you received it?
Yes,
Did you lay it out and do a visual examination and note defects on it?
I did.
Did this one have substantially more defects than the top 2 layers?
There were more defects on this layer, yes.
Okay, let's hang this one up first and then we'll reference the photographs you took of those. assemble this into a shirt shape.
That one. And then I guess this one. I kind of wish.
Plug in with this.
Sort of.
All right, now we're gonna pull up States Exhibit 9F and G on the small screen. Jordan, can you look at States Exhibit 9F? Is that the photograph you took of this t-shirt with noted defects?
It is, yes.
And 9G? Is that the other side of the t-shirt with noted defects?
Yes.
Does that fairly and accurately depict the way the shirt worked and the way you labeled those defects?
Yes.
Judge, may we publish States Exhibits 9F and G?
Any objection? Go ahead.
Jordan, so what does the visual inspection of this t-shirt yield?
So I'm just evaluating to see if there's any defects at all, not necessarily whether they're associated at the start with the passage of a projectile, just notating where they are and how many that there are present. So there are significant defects here that are all labeled in the specific color and as they relate to my report.
Do we also see a lot of blood here?
There is suspected biological material. I didn't test for blood, but it is suspected biological material that would be consistent with blood.
Okay, so how many defects are we looking at in just this left arm portion and chest of the shirt?
Yes, so you have defects 7 through 14 all the way through there.
Okay, and do those match what we see in this cut up shirt that's hanging in front of us?
So yeah, that was the image taken of this area here prior to testing.
Are any of those consistent with the areas that we saw defects on 7A or 7B?
So I'm not sure because sometimes the base layer can kind of scrunch up and kind of move, so I didn't necessarily associate them directly with the either of the defects of the previous layers because I wasn't sure how it was laying underneath the other 2 layers whenever you have something like that. So that's why I documented all of them and I tested all of them.
What testing did you do on these?
So because I wouldn't expect to see any nitrites present because it is that innermost layer, I did not do a modified Grice test. I only did some spot tests for the presence of copper and the presence of lead.
Where did you do that spot test for copper?
I did it on all of the defects of the t-shirt.
Did you find copper on any of the defects of the t-shirt?
I did.
Which ones?
Defect 9.
Okay, and where is defect 9 located?
So that would be this one.
So that's the left arm of the t-shirt?
Yes.
Okay. What other tests did you perform?
And then I also did a lead test at the same.
Okay. Did you find lead on any of the defects?
Yes, I did.
Where did you find lead?
On defect 9.
So you found
think-
lead,
Yes, I believe
lead
so.
and copper both on defect 9?
I believe so. I'd have to reference my notes to make sure that I found lead as well. I can't remember.
Okay. Would you like to refresh your recollection?
I would.
Okay. You could head back to the standard refresh your recollection. Let me know when that has been refreshed.
Okay.
Okay. Did you find lead on item 9?
I did, yes.
Anywhere else?
No.
Did you find a defect in that right armpit area of this shirt?
I did.
Is it in kind of the same area as where we saw one on the Sherpa hoodie?
Yes.
Okay, let's look at 9G, please, Haley.
So that defect is found here on the shirt.
Scroll down. Do you believe that defect is consistent with a projectile?
So I can't chemically associate it with the passage of a projectile, so that's what those tests would be. So in order for me to say that it had, that it was due to a projectile, I'd have to have it test positive for either copper or that lead test, and it did not test positive for either of them.
Okay, visually, can you give us any indication from that, or not?
I have
Since the
no.
chemical testing is negative.
Yeah, I can't chemically associate it with that passage, so
Okay, but that's located in the same right underarm area as the Sherpa hoodie?
that's correct, yes.
What reasons would there be that we would have different defects on different layers of clothing?
So depending on how that person's wearing it, if there was an intervening object between where it left the muzzle of the firearm and came in contact with the target, if the clothing was moved or jostled at the time, if there is a lot of suspected biological material like blood or something, it can kind of potentially mask the results of that. But there's multitudes of reasons why.
Okay, and those are answers we just don't have, right?
Yes, I don't know them.
One moment. Thank you. I have no further questions. You can retake your seat.
Can I see you guys up here? You're going to use that, Steve? Oh, okay, all right. All right, have cross-examination, Mr. Bradley.
Hello. Good, how are you?
Good. Just a few questions and we'll get you out of here.
Sounds good.
So, item 7A is Carhartt hoodie. Correct?
Yes,
And it's your understanding that this was the outer layer of clothing?
that's correct, yeah.
And you had identified 2 defects on the left arm or sleeve of the Carhartt.
That's correct, yes.
And one of them, where I'm pointing here.
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
And then, is the other one here?
I believe so, yes. It's in that cut that's like up the sleeve, so yes.
And if I understood you correctly, your ultimate conclusion was that the muzzle to target distance was either contact or was it close contact?
Like, yeah, close or near contact, yes.
Close or near contact. And when we say muzzle to target, to be clear, that would be the end of the barrel of a gun, either held up and literally in contact with the item of clothing, or near, which would be, as I understand it, an inch or less.
So whenever we're talking about, it's where the muzzle end and the distance between the muzzle end and the target. So contact would be it's completely flush with the item. And if you're near contact, there's like a very small amount of space between the two of them. The difference just being is that I can't tell if it was completely flush the whole time. It's mostly about the space that the gases have to rapidly expand at the time of discharge.
And so when we say near contact, would it be fair to say an inch or less?
Yes, yeah.
And if I understood your conclusions, it's largely based on the damage done to the actual material of the clothing and the whole size of the hole.
So it's the combination of the size of the defect and how it reproduced at the same, my test fire as well, on the same fabric, as well as the testing of the chemicals that were also present and the testing of the chemicals I did on the test fire as well. So it's the combination of the visual examination as well as the chemical tests.
And then you said you also did some test fires on other items at various distances so that you could then compare the glass to the Carhartt hoodie.
Yes, so I took the firearm and the ammunition that was submitted, and I did 3 different test panels. So I did 2 on cotton twill and 1 on the other side, on the other hoodie material that I removed, which is marked on I think it's the right sleeve. So I did a close contact on the cotton twill. I did about 6 inches on the other cotton twill to show the difference between the two. And then I did a close contact on the hoodie fabric.
And when you compare those test fires to the actual item that is the Carhartt hoodie, that assisted you in your determination that this was contact or close to contact?
That's correct, yes.
then if I understood that part of the explanation why you would see such a big hole here is if it's close, there's no place for the gases to go as they're expelled out of the barrel of the gun, and that's what ultimately causes all that damage.
Correct, yeah. So the gas is rapidly expanding, and so in the barrel it's contained because the barrel is like exerting pressure to keep it contained to make sure that it's pushing the bullet down the barrel and engaging with the rifling. But as soon as it leaves that, there's no pressure that's keeping it contained. So that's why it kind of mostly like you see that puff, and that's what is indicative of a closer near contact.
And here, there were two defects noted, one basically here and both in the left shoulder area.
Correct, yes.
And your conclusion as it relates to both of those defects was either contact or near contact, which would be consistent with an inch or less.
Yes.
And then the other item that was the T-shirt, and frankly, I think the Sherpa as well, you had done some chemical testing, the lead and the copper test, to determine essentially if a bullet created that defect, it's going to leave some traces of copper and lead.
So there's a potential depending upon the components of the projectile. So projectiles typically are either copper jacketed or they're lead, or there's lead present as well. So when I was doing the testing, in order for me to show chemically that there is a potential that it was caused by the passage of a projectile, I would expect to see some copper or some lead, and it may be present or it may not be. It just depends on the type of firearm, the type of bullet, how many layers it went through. There's a bunch of different things. But if I do detect copper and I do detect lead, it is indicative of a passage of a projectile around a defect.
And the absence of the presence of copper or lead could mean that either one possibility would be the defect wasn't caused by a bullet.
That's correct, yes.
Or, in fact, it was caused by a bullet, but for example, biological material such as blood could mask the testing and you get a negative result.
That's also possible, yes.
And then there were some questions about the other side of the hoodie. Well, I should say the Sherpa, where there was a defect under the, I'm going to call it the right armpit.
Yes.
And no corresponding defect on the outer layer that was the Carhartt hoodie, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And you inspected both the inside and outside of the Carhartt hoodie and couldn't find a defect?
That's correct, yes.
And one possibility, although frankly guessing here, would be that the hoodie rode up during some potential struggle between the assailant and the victim.
So if the hoodie did roll up at the time, then I wouldn't expect to see a defect.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
All right, Jordan, you were only able to do a distance determination on those two defects, right?
That's correct, because it's the outermost layer, and that's where it's going to be, any pattern would be reproduced, yes.
So if any defects were caused by the firearm being shot from further away, we just can't tell from chemical testing based on what we have?
So, I mean, I could only test the defects that were visible, I guess.
Okay, so on that Carhartt hoodie, the only defects we could test for distance were defect 1 and 2?
Those are the two that I tested, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Bradley, any
Well, just
report?
briefly, so there were three defects on the car, right?
That's correct, yes.
And 1 and 2, which were on the left sleeve, and we already established that's contact or close to contact.
Correct.
And then the third defect was on the chest, and in simple terms, you believe that to be consistent with somebody cutting, EMS on scene.
That's correct, yeah. It is just off of that midline cut, and the edges are very clean and sharp. So that looks like more like a cutting as opposed to some sort of tearing and ripping.
conclusions until the case is submitted to you. So we'll start back up front after one. Will you raise your right hand, please? You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, have a seat right here. Try to stay close to that microphone, okay?
Okay.
Ms. Tuttle?
Hi, Dr. Rushing.
Hello.
Can you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
My name is Amy Rushing, Rushing.
Where are you employed?
I'm currently employed at University Hospitals Cleveland Medical Center.
And what is your title there?
I am the chief of the Division of Trauma, Critical Care, and Acute Care Surgery.
What is your educational background?
I studied biology at the University of Virginia. I completed my medical education and general surgery residency at Eastern Virginia Medical School in Norfolk, Virginia. And then I moved on to complete a fellowship in critical care at R. Adams Cowley Shock Trauma Center, the University of Maryland, and then a trauma and emergency general surgery fellowship at the Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore.
When did you become a practicing surgeon?
I became an attending surgeon in 2010 at the Johns Hopkins Hospital.
What kind of injuries do you see in the course of your work?
A wide variety of injuries, injuries sustained by gunshot wounds, stabbings, motor vehicle collisions, falls, motorcycle collisions, and anything in between, actually.
Okay, so do you see things that require emergent care?
Yes.
And do you perform emergent surgeries on individuals?
Yes.
Were you working at the University Hospitals Cleveland Medical Center on March 21st, 2025?
Yes.
And in what capacity were you working?
I was the trauma surgeon on call.
What does that mean?
That means that I am the primary surgeon who will receive new patients at the hospital, will take care of them, resuscitate them, and operate on them if needed.
On that day, did you treat a patient by the name of Devin Quiggle?
Yes, I did.
Have you reviewed his medical records?
Yes, I have.
Would you recognize them if we showed them to you?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, we're now pulling up State's Exhibit 8A first, just on the screen in front of Dr. Rushing. Dr. Rushing, is this a certification page stating that this is a copy of Devin Quiggle's medical records and that they're true and accurate from a University Hospitals employee?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and then we're gonna pull up 8B. What are those? We're gonna scroll through some of them for you.
Yeah. Those are his medical records.
Are they?
Initially, it looks as those medical records that I'm currently looking at are from Geneva Medical Center.
Okay, and then as we get farther down, do they include his records from his care at your hospital?
So those say Cleveland Medical Center on them now?
They do.
So that would be from his treatment at Cleveland Medical Center, Tower 8. It looks like, on that page we were just on.
Yes.
Okay, and these are, we're on page 1042 right now of those medical records.
Yes,
They're extensive,
they are.
and you've had the opportunity to review all of those prior to testifying today?
I have.
And they were true and accurate?
Yes.
Judge, the state seeks to admit exhibits 8A and 8B.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, they're admitted.
Now, Dr. Rushing, what did you know about Devin when he arrived at the hospital?
We had received a call from the emergency medicine physician at UH Geneva Medical Center that they had a young man who had sustained multiple gunshot wounds, that they deemed him in stable yet critical condition and had proceeded with the diagnostic workup prior to transfer to our hospital.
So what type of diagnostic workup was done?
He underwent initial blood tests as well as CT scan imaging.
So did you have access to those blood results and CT images prior to his arrival?
I did, yes.
Do you know how Devin got to the hospital?
I cannot recall if he was flown via helicopter or via ground by critical care transport, one of the two.
Okay. So you knew that he was coming and that he had multiple gunshot wounds?
Yes.
So what do you do with somebody coming in with multiple gunshot wounds?
We will activate what's called a full trauma activation, and what that involves is a variety of medical personnel who are trained to evaluate and treat trauma patients will come within 5 to 15 minutes of when that call is announced to quickly evaluate and resuscitate the patient.
Are these people with life-threatening injuries?
Yes.
How did Devin present when you saw him?
When the patient, Devin, initially presented, he had normal vital signs. He was awake and interactive with the medical team. And he had multiple gunshot wounds noted.
Where were those gunshot wounds located on his body?
He had sustained 2 gunshot wounds to the left upper arm near the shoulder. He had another gunshot wound in the right axillary region, so right side of the chest underneath the right underarm. He had sustained a graze wound to the anterior chest wall and another wound to the lower back.
Okay, so when we're talking about gunshot wounds, are we just talking about holes in his body?
Yes, with the exception of the anterior chest wall wound, which we had determined was a graze wound.
Okay, so those other wounds, you can't tell us if that was a bullet coming in or going out, right?
No.
Okay. Who can make that type of a determination?
A medical examiner.
And medical examiners deal with dead bodies?
They generally will deal with autopsies of the deceased, yes.
Okay. So no one in your position can determine if this is an entry or exit wound?
No.
What procedure do you follow to treat these wounds?
Well, it depends on the nature of the wounds and the diagnostic workup, which we already had in place at the time.
So what did you do with Devin?
So we had reviewed Devin's CT scan of the abdomen and pelvis prior to his arrival and knew that he had likely sustained an injury to a segment of his intestinal tract and he would require emergency surgery.
Did you find any other injuries on the CT?
He had, on his CT scan, he had fractures of the 4th and 5th lumbar vertebrae, the lower back. And on a separate x-ray, he had a fracture to his left humerus.
Was the fracture to the lower back in the same area where he had that gunshot wound?
It was close.
And was the fracture in the arm in the same area as where he had those wounds?
Yes.
Okay. What was the most concerning of the injuries that you saw?
The immediate life-threatening injury was the injury to the intestinal tract.
So, did you take Devin into emergency surgery?
Yes,
Who performed that surgery?
I did.
Was anyone else with you?
I had my critical care fellow and 2 surgical residents assisting me at the time.
What kind of surgery was this?
This was what's called an exploratory laparotomy, where a midline incision is made along the anterior abdominal wall. And then we proceeded to evaluate for injuries due to the event.
What injuries did you find?
Devin had sustained 2 lacerations to the right colon, or otherwise known as the ascending colon. He also had a hematoma, or a collection of blood, behind the colon involving what's called the psoas muscle.
What did you do to treat this?
We proceeded with a removal or a resection of the right colon in its entirety, and then intestinal continuity was restored. So we put his intestines back together.
Do you recall retrieving a bullet from Devin during this surgery?
It was documented that we retrieved a bullet and that was given to our circulating nurse and then to the proper authorities.
Where did Devin go after that surgery?
He was admitted to the trauma surgical intensive care unit for monitoring.
Is that standard protocol?
Depends on the patient and their injuries, but in this particular instance, yes.
Was he seen by any other providers to further treat him?
He was seen by the intensivist, the ICU doctor, the following morning. He was also cared for by a number of my partners during his hospital stay, as well as an orthopedic surgeon and an orthopedic spine specialist.
Did he require orthopedic surgery?
Yes, he did.
Is that outside of what you would normally do as a trauma surgeon?
Yes.
Did he have any complications that you were made aware of?
No, not that I can recall. Well, with the exception of he had developed some gastritis or inflammation of the lining of the stomach, which required an upper endoscopy, but no other interventions were required. He was treated with medical therapy only.
Do you know how long Devin was in the hospital for?
I can't recall. I can't recall at this time how long he was in the hospital. Yeah.
Was it a longer length stay?
Given his injuries, I don't believe so, but again, I can't recall.
Okay. Would Devin have died from these injuries if he was not promptly treated?
If he was not medically treated, yes.
One moment.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Nothing based on that, thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Umate. You are excused. All right, next witness.
The state calls Rebecca Silverstein Gross.
You raise your right hand, please. You swear a testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, have a seat.
Please state your name for the record, spelling your last name.
Rebecca Silverstein Gross,
Where do you work?
the Lake County Crime Laboratory.
And what is your job title at the Lake County Crime Laboratory?
I am the Firearms and Latent Prints Technical Leader.
And what are your responsibilities as the Firearms and Latent Prints Technical Leader?
My responsibilities include all the technical operations of the latent print and firearm sections at the laboratory, as well as performing latent print and firearms analysis and the evidence that comes in those sections.
How long have you worked at the Lake County Crime Lab?
I've been employed there for a little over 13 years.
And did you work at the Lake County Crime Lab before you were hired there full-time?
I did not know.
What is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Biology with a minor in Chemistry from Ohio Northern University. And as a part of that degree, I completed an academic externship with the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Identification at their London laboratory in the laden print, firearms, and chemistry sections.
Do you hold any certifications?
Yes, I am certified in comprehensive criminalistics through the American Board of Criminalistics.
Do you complete continuing education classes?
Yes, I do. Each year in each discipline in laden prints and in firearms, I aim to complete at least attend one class or one conference related to each of those disciplines, as well as keep up with article review about the ever-developing changes within the field and developments within the field.
Are you an active member of any professional organizations?
Yes, I am a member of the Midwestern Association of Forensic Scientists, the International Association for Identification, the Ohio Identification Officers Association, which is the Ohio division of the International Association for Identification, the American Board of Criminalistics, and the Association of Firearm and Tool Marking Examiners.
Have you testified in court as an expert on firearms before?
Yes, I have.
In which courts have you testified?
I've testified in Lake County Common Pleas and Lake County Juvenile Courts.
And how many firearms would you say that you've analyzed during your employment with the Lake County Crime Lab?
I don't have a direct count, but hundreds to close to 1,000.
Now, in connection with David Post's case, did the Madison Township Police Department submit items to be analyzed?
Yes, they did.
And what type of analysis were you asked to conduct?
So I completed a microscopic comparison of the fired cartridge cases and projectiles that were sent in this case.
And what does that mean?
So in a fired bullet is a component of a single unit of ammunition as well as a fired cartridge case. So they're fired, and that's what they've already been discharged within a firearm. So using this model here, this is a model of a single unit of ammunition called a cartridge. It consists of 4 different components: the bullet, which is also called the projectile after being fired, the cartridge case, the primer, and then inside would be where the propellant powder is. So what I examined in this case were 3 fired bullets or projectiles and 3 fired cartridge cases.
And what were you looking for when you examined those cartridge cases?
Yes. So a firearm, the surfaces that the bullet and the cartridge case interact with on a firearm leave behind tool marks. So the tool marks are resultant from let's show the cartridge case here. The tool marks are resultant from coming into different contact with different surfaces that are a harder metal than the bullet or the cartridge case. In this case, the composition of the cartridge case was brass, which is a softer metal than the steel alloys and things that are used to make up the firearm barrel and other components of the firearm. So any surface that the cartridge case comes into contact during the cycle of fire of in this case a semi-automatic pistol, can leave a potential type of tool mark on it. So and the bullet mainly is traveling down the barrel when the cartridge is discharged, and so that's interacting with what we call lands and grooves, or rifling, which kind of create, if you were looking down the barrel, it will create like a candy cane stripe. But those are manufactured into the barrel of the firearm. This is a cutaway of a barrel, so it just shows a couple different land and groove impressions. From this angle, when you see the raised areas, those raised areas are the lands, and the areas that are below those areas and in between are the grooves. So on a fired bullet, it's the opposite. So the areas that are lower are land impressions from the lands, and the areas that are raised are groove impressions from the grooves. So though that's the barrel is the main thing that a projectile is interacting with when the firearm is discharged. The cartridge case interacts with a few more surfaces. So if you'd like me to go into how it's loaded into a firearm, or
How is it loaded into a firearm?
So as I said, the firearm in this case was a semi-automatic pistol. So semi-automatic means that one trigger pull, it results in the discharge of one cartridge if it's loaded in the firearm. So each time you want to discharge a cartridge in the firearm, the trigger needs to be pulled. That's what semi-automatic means. In a pistol, the cartridge is the cartridge is loaded into the firearm. It sits in the chamber when it's loaded in the firearm. The chamber is situated if the front here is the muzzle end of the firearm where the bullet's going to be coming out, the back here is what's called the chamber end on the barrel. So the chamber sits right behind where the rifling starts. So the cartridge will sit in the chamber like this prior to discharge of the firearm. And that's with, the slide is fully forward. So in a pistol, cartridges cycle through as well as fired bullets and cartridge cases. So once the firearm, the trigger is pulled, so this primer contains a detonating compound. Pulling the trigger in this type will result in the firing pin being released, which striking the primer causes the primer to detonate. When the primer detonates, there's a C-pull into where the powder is contained, which causes the powder to ignite, and a rapid expansion of heat and gas, which forces the bullet down the barrel of the firearm. And then the cartridge case, which is sitting in the chamber with where the surface on the slide is called a breech face. The breech face is right back here with the firing pin protruding through the breech face. That's going to get pushed up against that breech face. So it's the equal opposite. So the pressures that are pushing the bullet down the barrel are forcing the cartridge case against the breech face. So you get an impression on the primer from the firearm. So that's a type of tool mark. That's a type of impressed tool mark. And you get impressed marks from the cartridge case getting pushed up against the breech face. And then so the cartridge itself, as it's sitting in the chamber of the firearm, my hand here is acting as what's called the extractor. So the extractor wraps around, this is the extractor groove, and that's what holds the cartridge in the chamber, and also what helps initiate the action once the firearm's discharged. So as the bullet goes down the barrel, that initiates the action of the firearm, which the slide will start to move back, and that extractor is attached to the slide, so that's pulling the cartridge case out of the chamber. On the opposite side of where the extractor is the ejector. It's a little bit further back. The cartridge case will travel on the extractor until it hits the ejector and then get kicked out of the firearm. That's why cartridge cases fired from pistols can get left behind at a crime scene. And then the slide, it will continue moving backward till it has nowhere else to go, and that's under spring tension. As soon as it gets all the way back, it will then move forward again. If there is a magazine which contains more cartridges loaded in the firearm and there's more cartridges, that slide will move forward, and when the bottom of the slide gets to where the magazine is, it will catch the top of the next cartridge and help feed that into the chamber until the slide moves all the way forward into what's called battery, and then the trigger could be pulled again to discharge another cartridge.
And in this case, did you author a report after conducting a tool mark analysis as you've described to us?
Yes, I did.
And would you recognize that report if you saw it in court today?
Yes.
Permission to show the witness what has been marked as State's Exhibit 10A.
Go ahead.
Are you able to see on your screen what has been marked as State's Exhibit 10A?
Yes.
And is this a copy of the report that you authored in this case?
Yes, it is.
Is your signature on the last page?
Yes,
Is this a fair and accurate copy of your report?
yes,
Has it been altered or changed in any way since you last saw it?
no.
What items did you examine for your analysis in this case?
So the items that I conducted comparisons on were 3 fired projectiles and 3 fired .380 auto caliber cartridge cases.
And did you also examine the firearm itself?
So I didn't do the detailed function examination of the firearm, but I did have it in my possession during, in case I needed to look at any of the surfaces of the firearm during my comparisons.
But there were test fires done from this firearm?
Yes, there were.
And those were done by Jordan Edgell?
Yes, they were.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with State's Exhibit 6A. What have I just handed you?
So State's Exhibit 6A is our laboratory item item 1, excuse me. I recognize it by our barcode with the item number and my initials and date next to the barcode as well.
Now please look at that firearm. Open the box. Has this firearm been made safe?
Yes, firearm, the slide is locked open. There's a gun lock on the firearm as well.
And does this firearm function in the manner that you have just described?
Yes.
What is the serial number on this firearm?
I can see all of it. So it starts 380923 and then 254.
What type of firearm is this?
So what type? This is a semi-automatic pistol in .380 auto caliber.
Now I'm going to approach you with what has been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 6C. What is contained in State's Exhibit 6C?
State's Exhibit 6C is our laboratory item 1B. This is the magazine and cartridges some of the cartridges that were submitted with the firearm.
And was this magazine and the firearm in State's Exhibit 6A used to create test fires?
Yes.
And would you recognize those test fires if you saw them in court today?
Yes, I would.
Approaching the witness with what has been marked for identification in State's Exhibit 10B. And I'm going to approach you with a pair of scissors and ask you to open that exhibit. And what is the purpose of test fires?
So State's Exhibit 10B is our item number 1D, which are the test fires. The test fires are generated, these test fires are generated from the firearm that was submitted in this case. They are generated initially as part of our operability testing. So the final step of our operability testing after all the initial analysis is done with the firearm is to actually test fire the firearm to confirm that the firearm is operable based on how the examination that was conducted as it was received. And then we retain the test fires as an item of evidence, retain the bullets and the fired cartridge cases. In this case as well, the test fires are utilized for comparison to the fired bullets and fired cartridge cases that were submitted in this case. I'll get this. So each of the test fires, there were 5 total test fires done in this case, are contained in smaller envelopes within the larger envelope.
And do you recognize those envelopes that are within the State's Exhibit 10B?
Yes, I do.
And are those the test fires that were conducted in this case?
Yes, they are.
So you have your test fires, and then you compare them to casings that were found at the scene. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as State's Exhibits 5A, 5B, and 5C. Do you recognize these items?
Yes, I do. State's Exhibits 5A, 5B, and 5C are laboratory items 2, 3, and 4. recognize them by the laboratory barcodes, and then my initial and date next to the barcode on each of them.
And what are States Exhibits 5A, 5B, and 5C?
These are the 3 fired cartridge cases that were submitted in the case.
And they were submitted by the Madison Township Police Department?
Yes, they were.
And did you compare those 3 cartridge casings to the test fires from States Exhibit 10B?
Yes, I did.
What process did you go through to compare those?
Yes. So our comparisons are, they're microscopic comparisons. We utilize a comparison microscope, which is essentially 2 compound microscopes like you utilize in, maybe utilized in school, are connected by an optical bridge so that with a single set of viewing eyes, so that I can place one item on the stage of one microscope and another item on the other stage. So in this case, one item of evidence compared to one of the test fires, and I'm able to view both of them at the same time, the same magnification, at varying magnifications, but at the same magnification for each as I go through. And what I'm looking for on fired cartridge cases, I'm examining the tool marks that are left behind on the cartridge case from the firearm being discharged. So I'm looking at the firing pin to see the firing pin, the breech face marks, the ejector mark, which is here, the extractor marks, which are here. Additionally, in this case too, there were markings that I utilized on the side of the case, which are called ejection port marks. So when the cartridge case was ejected from the firearm, it hit the side of a part of the slide that left behind a tool mark on it that was comparable to the test fires as well. So I was looking at the totality of information on all of those different areas and those different tool marks to come to my conclusions.
And what conclusion were you able to come to with regards to 5A, 5B, and 5C?
Yes. My comparisons of States Exhibits 5A, 5B, and 5C to the test fires, which are States Exhibit 10B, it was determined that 5A, 5B, and 5C were fired in the same firearm that the test fires were, the item 1, the Ruger firearm that was submitted.
So I'm now going to approach you with what has been marked for identification as States Exhibits 3, 12A, 12B, 11A, and 11B. Starting with States Exhibit 3, do you recognize this?
It's this guy right here. Yes. So States Exhibit 3 is our item number 6, recognized by the laboratory barcode and my initials right next to the barcode. And that is one of the fire projectiles that was submitted in the case.
And did you do the same tool mark analysis that you have previously described with respect to States Exhibit 3?
Yes, so I did a microscopic comparison of the evidence to item 6, the fired bullet, to the fired bullets from the test fires from the firearm. What I'm looking at there are the tool marks that are generated from the rifling on the projectile. So looking at each individual one to from the evidence to the test fires.
And what were you able to conclude?
So I was able to conclude that the item 6 had the same class characteristics, which is the number of landing groove impressions, the width of those landing groove impressions, and there was some agreement of what we call individual characteristics, those microscopic characteristics that we're looking at on each of the land and groove impressions, but there was not enough to definitively say that this projectile was fired from the item 1 firearm, so I could not identify it or eliminate it as being fired from item 1.
Now turning now to States Exhibit 11A and B. Would you please open that bag?
Yes. So States Exhibit 11A-B is our laboratory item number 7. There are laboratory barcode and my initials next to it. Would you like me to pull it out?
Yes, what is contained within States Exhibit 11A and 11B?
within the envelope that was submitted, which is State's Exhibit 11A, is a smaller envelope. This was placed in here by Jordan Edgell for examination. This is the fired projectile that was recovered. That was initially received inside the specimen container, inside this plastic bag, which was then inside here. So we placed it inside this envelope.
When this piece of evidence was brought to the lab, was that projectile inside of the specimen container?
Yes, it was.
And turning now to State's Exhibit 12A and B, do you recognize this package?
Yes, State's Exhibit 12A, 12B is our laboratory item 9, and with the barcode and my date, initials and date next to the barcode. This is another of the fire projectile, the last fire projectile that was submitted in this case. So this also contains 12A, which is a small envelope that contains the fired projectile, which was placed in this envelope by my coworker Jordan Edgell for examination. And it was received in inside this specimen container, inside this plastic bag, inside the paper bag, prior to being placed in this envelope.
And what were you able, did you conduct a tool mark analysis as previously described on Exhibits 11A and 12A?
Yes, I did.
And what were your findings?
So my comparisons of State's Exhibit 11A and 12A to the test fires resulted in the same conclusion as item 6. There was class characteristic agreement in the number of landing groove impressions and the direction of twist and the width of them. There were these projectiles didn't have a lot of microscopic information, so the microscopic information that was available was limited, and there was some damage to these projectiles. So because of that, I was unable to determine if they definitively that they were fired or not fired inside the item 1 Ruger firearm.
Based on the damage to the projectiles, did it surprise you that you were not able to determine that they came from State's Exhibit 6A?
No, it sometimes either the firearms don't mark well or they've come in contact with harder items. Excuse me.
Now, each projectile and casing that you have just talked about, have they been altered or changed in any way since you last saw them?
No.
And they are fair and accurate from when you initially analyzed them?
Yes, they are.
Did you reach each finding that you have just discussed with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Is the methods that I utilize and the procedure that I utilize to compare these fire bullets and fire cartridge cases meet the approved practices of the forensic firearms field?
Your Honor, the state would move to admit State's Exhibits 6A and 6C, 5A, B, C, 3, 11A and B, and 12A and B.
Any objection to those exhibits? No. All right, they're all admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you concluded your testing, where did you place each piece of evidence we've just discussed?
So at the conclusion of my examinations, all of the evidence was repackaged, sealed, and returned to the submitting agency.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Not based on that. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. You may step down. Thank you. Next witness.
The state calls to testify the clerk. Judge, can you just take a moment to?
Yeah. All right, please step forward and raise your right hand. You swear the testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
See?
May I proceed? Good afternoon.
Hi,
Can you please state your name for the record, spelling your last?
Sean McClure, MCCLURE,
And where are you employed?
Madison Township Police Department.
What is your job title?
I'm a detective there.
How long have you been a detective for Madison Township Police Department?
Since about August of 2024.
Have you had some time on the road in the middle there?
Yes,
Is that due to some manpower issues?
yes.
Okay. Did you attend the police academy?
Yes, I did, in 2013 at Lakeland Community College.
Okay. Did you do any other training?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a crisis negotiator for the Lake County SWAT team. Obviously, a bunch of training for the Detective Bureau.
Are you a certified peace officer in the state of Ohio?
Yes, I am.
Have you always worked for the Madison Township Police Department?
Yes, I have.
And when did you start with them?
In November of 2013,
And in what capacity did you start with them?
part-time as a patrol officer.
Okay. When did you go full-time?
June 26th of 2014.
And then you said you became a detective in 2024?
Correct.
Were you a detective on March 21st, 2025?
Yes, I was.
Were you called out to the scene that we've been talking about through this whole trial at the Cleveland Clinic Express Care?
Yes, I was.
Is that in Madison Township, Lake County, Ohio?
Yes.
All right. How did you arrive to the scene?
I have an unmarked patrol unit. It's a 2024 Chevy Malibu with interior lights and siren. So I ended up leaving my house and heading that way to about 8 minutes from my house. So.
Okay, so you have lights and sirens on,
Correct.
but your car is not marked?
Correct.
Do you wear a body cam as a detective?
I do not.
Does the department have one for the detective?
No.
So are you dependent on the body cams of everyone else that's there to record what's happening?
Yes.
What do you see when you arrive?
When I first get there, I see my guys have the whole scene secure, basically. I see Mr. Post is in the back of Officer O'Leary's car, and Mr. Quiggle's being taken to the back of the ambulance. I briefly speak with Officer O'Leary about what's going on, and I wanted to check on Devin before he was transported over to UH Geneva.
Did you check on Devin?
I did. I stepped in the back of the ambulance, and I saw that Devin had his shirt removed already.
And what did you see when you looked at Devin?
I saw a graze wound across the front of his chest, like as if a bullet went directly across the front of his chest.
Okay, so you were able to see that while he was sitting in the ambulance?
Yes, I was.
Are the injuries to Devin serious?
Yes.
Do you know what the plan is for his care?
I was told that he was going to be going life flighted to UH main campus in Cleveland.
Okay. What was your plan as far as that was concerned?
I needed to get to UH main campus, try to talk to him as soon as I could.
Did you try and wrap up some stuff at the scene before you left?
Yeah, I talked to my guys there and asked them to make sure they were talking to the witnesses that saw what was going on. I photographed the scene prior to leaving. One of the officers was part of the crash reconstruction team, and they have a 3D scanner, and he contacted one of his guys from that, and they came and photographed the scene. As you heard, Officer O'Leary was there. He used the drone, and he took aerial footage of the scene. But yeah.
And you saw Exhibit 2. Were those a combination of the drone pictures and the pictures that you took of the scene?
Yes.
I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the conditions that day. What was the weather?
Extremely windy. I remember getting there, and as I was taking photographs, I could hear the shell casings skipping across the ground from the wind.
Okay, so you heard them moving?
Yes.
Do you know how many shell casings were recovered?
3.
What's the weight of a shell casing?
Very light. I don't know the exact weight, but they're very light.
Are they something that can blow in the wind?
Absolutely.
Are there times when shell casings get lost due to no fault of anyone at the crime scene?
Sure. I mean, before we even got there, there were people there, obviously. The hospital staff was there. I'm not sure if there were cars coming and going. I don't know who was all there before we got there.
Where are possible places that shell casings can get lost or stuck?
I mean, anybody could have been walking by. It being a 380 cartridge, it's very small. Could have got stuck in a groove of a tire, someone's shoe. The wind could have blew it into the bushes somewhere, and we would have never found it.
Okay, so do we have any way of knowing how many casings were originally at that scene?
No, we don't.
We just know that 3 were there at the end?
Correct.
From anything at the scene, were you able to determine how many shots were fired?
No.
Were you able to determine if the gun was filled to its maximum capacity?
No.
Okay. Where was the gun while you were at the crime scene?
On the driver's seat of Mr. Post's vehicle.
How long do you think that you were at the scene?
I was probably at the scene no longer than an hour at most before I started headed towards UH main campus in Cleveland.
What was your purpose in going to see Devin as soon as possible?
I wasn't sure he was going to survive the injuries, and I wanted to try to get a statement from him in case he didn't survive.
Did you care what state he was in when you got that statement?
No, I just was trying to get something from him because at that point we had no idea what happened.
Okay. What happened when you got to UH main campus on the 21st?
On the 21st, I was told that he was going to be in surgery. I ended up speaking with his mom and some other family members and spoke to them about what was going on. And that's when we kind of figured out that there was no relationship between Mr. Post and Devin's mom. That's the first time we heard that. Talked to them for a little bit, and then I went and spoke to the hospital staff. They said that he was going to be intubated and probably best to try to come back tomorrow to try and talk to him.
When you say there was no relationship, you mean that that wasn't his mom's boyfriend?
Correct.
Okay. But you don't know anything about any prior incidents?
I didn't until then, and that's when his mom made a comment about there was an issue that happened a couple weeks ago with her and Mr. Post.
But there was no dating relationship that existed?
Correct.
Did you receive anything from the hospital staff while you were there?
Yeah, I received his clothing, that they were the remaining clothing that he had on, and then they removed a bullet from his stomach that I ended up bringing back as evidence.
So the clothes that you received, those are not the clothes we see in Exhibit 7, right?
Correct.
All right, I'd like to address that bullet that you received. Let's look at State's Exhibit 11A and B. You just saw Ms. Silverstein Gross open this up?
Yeah.
All right. What is that envelope?
This is the envelope that we use at the Township Police Department where we package evidence.
Is your initials somewhere on that envelope?
Yes.
Okay, and did you label that?
Yes, I did.
What is it labeled with?
Item number 10.
Okay, and what did you call item number 10?
Bullet extracted at UH main campus.
All right, and then what is 10B that's in there? That's the plastic bag.
This is 11.
Excuse me, 11B, the plastic bag
Plastic
right
bag.
there.
This is the original packaging that they gave to me at the hospital.
So that is how you received that?
Correct.
Okay. And there was a projectile inside of that cup?
Correct.
Do you see Exhibit 11A inside of that?
Yes.
Can you cut that open for me?
Sure.
Look inside, you don't need to take it out. And let me know if that's the same projectile that was in the specimen cup.
I believe so.
Okay, so that was just inside of B when you received it?
Correct.
All right, I'm gonna take that back from you.
Check out the whole top.
Were you able to get a statement from Devin on March 21st after his surgery?
No.
Why was that?
The doctor said that he was going to be intubated and he wasn't able to speak overnight.
Okay, so where'd you go?
After I left there, I went back. Went back to the house, or I stayed at the hospital for a little bit. Then I went back home, and I ended up trying to come back the next morning.
Were you able to see Devin the next morning?
No, I got about halfway to the hospital is when I got in contact with his mom, and she said that he's going in for another surgery. There's no point of you coming out today. So I went back home and came back on Sunday, the 23rd.
Were you able to speak to Devin on Sunday, the 23rd?
Yes.
What was Devin like on Sunday, the 23rd?
Devin was in a very lethargic-like state. Obviously on a lot of pain meds, in a lot of pain. Yeah, when I was trying to speak to him.
Okay. So it was clear that Devin was under the influence of pain medication while you were there?
Yes.
Was he administered any medication when you were there?
Yes.
Why did you choose to take his statement while he was under the influence of pain medication?
Because I believed that he was probably going to be going in for more surgeries, and I wasn't sure he was going to survive them.
Okay, so at that point you still were concerned that he could pass away?
Yes.
So you were going to take his statement in whatever form you could get it to have something?
Correct.
Okay. Did you retrieve anything from the hospital when you were there on March 23rd?
Yes, that's when I went down and there was another bullet fragment that they had at the police department, UH Police Department. I went down there and collected it from them.
Was that retrieved from the surgery on the 22nd?
I believe so.
Okay. Would you recognize that if I showed it to you?
Yes.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 12, A and B. You've got bottom corner, that's what was just opened. What's that bag?
This is 12B. This is the cup that it would have came in. The fragment would have came in.
Okay, and did you sign that bag indicating that you retrieved the evidence?
Yes. I'm trying to find I see my name on here. I'm not
Okay,
sure.
so your name's on the bag?
Yes.
And then can you pull out 12A, please? Got that open? Is that the projectile that was given to you in that specimen?
I believe so, yes. Should have been.
Detective, after you got that statement from Devin, and after you received that second bullet, where did you go?
Devin made me aware that there were places that he believed Mr. Post pulled into while they were driving on Northridge Road. That way I ended up going to all those places and obtaining surveillance video from them.
Did you see Exhibit 7 admitted during the course of trial? The clothing?
Yes.
Okay, and you heard the crime lab testify to those?
Yes.
Whose clothing was that?
That was Devin's clothing.
How did you learn that that was Devin's clothing?
Through the body cam video I watched of the fellow officers at my department.
And how are you able to determine the layers in which they were worn?
Through the videos.
Now, we know that you followed Devin to the hospital. Did someone from your department follow the defendant to the hospital?
Yes, Officer Shannon did.
Okay. You heard testimony that the defendant complained of an injury to his back?
Correct.
Were there photographs taken of the defendant's injuries by your department?
Yes, Officer Shannon took photographs at the hospital.
Would you recognize those if I showed them to you today?
Yes, I would.
We're now pulling up States Exhibit 4A through L. Detective McClure, I'm going to bring you a clicker so you can click through these. That was forward, that was back.
Got it.
Do you see those on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Can you click through those exhibits A through L?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And are those photos of the defendant at the hospital on March 21st?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit State's Exhibit 4A through L and publish to the jury.
No objection. All right, without objection, they're admitted.
Okay, we're gonna go back to Exhibit A. On the screen, please. All right, Detective McClure, what do we see here?
Mr. Post standing in the hospital room.
What do we see with his shirt?
It appears that his collar's ripped.
Okay. Is that consistent with the testimony that you heard of his collar being pulled?
Yes.
Let's go to 4B. What do we see here?
Mr. Post's hands, top of his hands.
Any marks?
No.
4C.
The palms of his hands?
Any marks?
No.
We disconnected there for a second. Okay. Here's 4D. What are we looking at?
The right side of Mr. Post's face?
Okay. Do we again see that ripped shirt?
Yes.
Any cuts? Any bleeding?
No.
Any large marks that you can see?
No.
4E. What do we see here?
The left side of Mr. Post's head and his left shoulder?
Anything noticeable in this picture?
No.
Seeing 4F.
Mr. Post's back, the top of his legs and the back of his head and both of his arms.
Okay. We're going to look at some close-ups of those. 4G. What do we see here?
Looks like Mr. Post's right elbow.
Okay. Is there an abrasion on there?
Maybe a slight abrasion.
4H.
As Mr. Post's left elbow.
Is there like a slight abrasion there?
Potentially.
What do we see in 4I?
Mr. Post's back.
Okay. Do we see some redness and marks?
Yes.
4J.
Mr. Post's back again, close up.
Okay. Is that a piece of medical sponge for, I guess, scale? Show how large that is?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay, so that's an abrasion in comparison to the sponge?
Yes.
This is 4K. What are we looking at?
I believe that's the left side of Mr. Post's back. Small abrasion.
What do we see in 4L?
Mr. Post's chest.
Okay. Anything really of note here?
Minor redness.
Okay. All right. You mentioned that you learned about the existence of some security camera footage.
Correct.
What places did Devin tell you that the defendant pulled off the road?
Perry One Stop and Sammy Case.
Were you able to obtain security footage from either of those locations?
Yes, both of them.
Okay. Let's start with Perry One Stop first. I'm going to pull up on my screen State's Exhibit 13. Okay, and this is the first video stream of 3 on State's Exhibit 13. Detective McClure, what's this?
This is the outside surveillance video of Perry One Stop.
Okay, and that's located on Route 20?
Northridge Road.
Is this a fair and accurate video?
Yes.
You've reviewed it prior to testifying?
Yes.
Your Honor, pursuant to the stipulation of the parties, we ask that this be admitted and published.
No objection. Go ahead.
Okay. So, Detective McClure, you've got a little pointer there. If you can use that to try and help us out, let me know when I should pause.
Okay.
When we see something of note.
It does say it's 4:10 p.m., but I just want to note that that was actually 5:10 p.m. It was an hour behind.
Okay, so you learned from the Perry One Stop that the security footage is 1 hour behind?
Correct.
Just on the timestamp?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know at what time we first see something on this video?
I believe it's, at this one, the video says 4:11 p.m.
Is that different than what you wrote in your report?
Yes, I wrote 4:10 p.m.
And was that just an error,
Correct.
typographical one?
Yep.
Okay. So let's start this video. And let me know when I should pause.
Okay. Okay, if you could pause it right there.
Okay, what are we seeing?
The very top of the screen, the inside curb lane, that's going to be Mr. Quiggle's car, and then directly behind it's going to be Mr. Post's car.
How do we know that that's Devin Quiggle's car?
When it drives by, you can tell it's the all-black Chrysler, black tinted windows.
Is it more tinted than any other car you see drive down the road?
Yes.
And what's directly behind it?
Mr. Post's vehicle.
Okay, I'm gonna play a couple more seconds and then pause. Okay, so I paused at 4 hours, 11 minutes, 1 second PM. Just behind that gas pump, whose car is that?
Mr. Quiggle's car.
Can you make out that that's a Chrysler?
Yes.
You have it on your little screen too.
Yeah. Yes, you can see the Chrysler emblem on the front grille.
And then what is just at the entrance to the gas station?
Mr. Post's vehicle.
Okay. What does the Chrysler continue to do?
Traveling eastbound on Northridge Road.
And where is Mr. Post's Hyundai Kona?
Now in front of the Perry One Stop, right next to the gas pump.
Okay. Now we're at 4:11 and 27 seconds. What has happened there?
Mr. Post's vehicle has traveled through the Perry One Stop and is heading towards the exit back onto Northridge Road.
Okay, I'm gonna stop the video there, and I'm gonna pull up the third stream here. And this is just a different angle of that camera footage, right?
Correct.
Okay. This is also part of Exhibit 13, Your Honor, so we'd ask to publish.
All right.
Okay, this is the same timing as the other camera?
Correct.
All right, so the timing that we're looking for here is when it gets to 4:11?
Yes, 411, you'll see Mr. Quiggle's car and the curb lane driving past Perry One Stop and continuing eastbound on Northridge Road.
Is that car that we just see come into the frame at 4:11:02 Devin Quiggle's black sedan?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What does he continue to do?
Travel eastbound on Northridge Road.
At what speed is he moving?
Flow of traffic.
And the time you see him drive by, does he stop?
Doesn't appear, no.
Does he appear to hit his brakes?
No.
Does he pull into the gas station?
No.
On this footage, can you see him pull in anywhere else?
No.
Whose blue Kona is that?
Mr. Post.
And what is it attempting to do?
Get back on the Northridge Road, travel eastbound.
And that was at 4:11:39 that it made its way back onto the road?
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna stop the video footage there. Did this corroborate what Devin told you about the defendant pulling off the road and Devin driving away?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why the defendant did this?
No.
Where's the next footage that you got from?
Sammy Case,
How far away is Sammy K's from the Perry One stop?
just over 4 miles.
Okay. How long would it take to travel that far going the speed limit?
60 miles an hour, approximately 4 minutes.
Okay. Would you recognize that footage if I showed it to you?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna pull up State's Exhibit 14. I'm pulling up the video ending in 1406 first. Okay. Detective McClure, do you see this video footage?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the front parking lot of Sammy K's restaurant in Perry.
Okay, and is this the footage that you reviewed?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, pursuant to the stipulation between the parties, we'd ask to admit and publish State's Exhibit 14.
No objection. It's admitted.
Okay, Detective McClure, what do we see on this video?
This is you can see the entirety of Northridge Road east and westbound lanes, but you will see Mr. Quiggle's vehicle travel eastbound on Northridge Road and Mr. Postal pull into the front parking lot.
Okay. Let's start it right now. We're at 5:16:19. Is this accurate to time?
Yes.
Let me know when we see a car that we're looking for.
Okay. I believe right there's Mr. Quiggle's car.
Okay, and how can we tell?
All black windows, black vehicle, and you can almost make out the Chrysler emblem on the back of the vehicle.
Okay, so this is heavier tinted than the other vehicles we're seeing drive by on the road?
Yes.
All right, how fast is he moving?
The flow of traffic.
What do we see now?
Mr. Post pulling into the front parking lot of Sammy Case.
That was at 5:16 and about 50 seconds.
Yes.
So about 2 seconds behind Devin.
Yes.
Right, that video ended, but I'm gonna pull up the video ending in 4:33 from State's Exhibit 14, which is the continuation. Did this pick up where we left off?
Yes.
What's the defendant doing?
Just pulls into the parking lot and sits there for a few seconds. And then he gets back on the road eastbound on Northridge Road.
Did Devin stop his car at all?
No.
Can you see him hit the brakes at all in that video?
No.
Can you see him pull off the road at all in that video?
No.
Where was the next place that you got surveillance footage from?
Northridge Automotive.
And where is that located relative to the Cleveland Clinic facility?
So where the Cleveland Clinic facility is at, directly across the street, is Northridge Auto Center. It's a smaller auto store. And directly west of that is Northridge Automotive. It's a bigger mechanic shop.
Okay, I'm gonna pull up an aerial photo so that you can point to us which facility we're talking about.
Okay.
So I'm gonna reference State's Exhibit 2C.
Okay.
It's already been admitted. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yep.
All right. Which one of these buildings are we talking about?
Oh, this is difficult.
You're down toward the bottom of the screen?
That right there is Northridge Automotive.
Okay, so the large white building centered at the top of the screen is what you're pointing to with your clicker?
Correct.
So that is where our security footage is from?
Yes.
Okay, it's not from that building on the corner?
No, it's not.
Did the building on the corner have any footage?
No, they had a camera right out front. I spoke to the owner and he said it was live view only unless he went into it and hit the record button prior to an event happening.
So that would have needed to be recording prior to the event?
Yes.
And it was not recording at the time that this occurred?
That's what I was told, yes.
Okay, so you were not able to get any footage from the building on the corner?
Correct.
All right, let's take a look at Exhibit 15, the footage from that white building. All right, I am going to pull up the pertinent footage. It's from the clip ending in 1173329 that contains our time in question. Please don't use the clicker at this right moment because it's connected to my mouse.
I'm not.
Okay. What do you see on the screen?
This is the video from Northridge Automotive. It's facing the intersection of Northridge and McMacken. It's very grainy.
Okay. Is it a fair and accurate reporting of what occurred on March 21st?
Yes.
Judge, pursuant to the stipulation of the parties, we'd ask that this be admitted and published.
Go ahead.
No objection.
All right, Detective McClure. This video starts at 5:22 and 46 seconds, it looks like we're at. I'm gonna play it. Do you know what time we see something of note to us?
I want to say I know it's 44 seconds. I don't remember, I think it's 5:23 and 44 seconds, I believe.
Does 5:28 and 44 seconds sound right?
Yes, 5:28, yep.
Okay, then I'm gonna fast forward us a little bit in this video to where we see something. Okay, so we're at 5:28 and 6 seconds here. Let me know when to stop it.
So that black vehicle that just approached, that's Devin's vehicle, and right behind it pulling up is Mr. Post's vehicle.
Okay, so we're looking at the very top center of the frame. I have it paused at 17:28:37. You said that black car is Devin,
Yes,
and that bright blue car that we saw pull up is the defendant?
correct.
Okay. Let me know when to stop it again. I'm gonna press play.
If you could stop it at 43.
Okay,
Go ahead, stop it there.
okay.
So in this next second, you'll see slightly, you can see the door open on the Hyundai, the blue Kona. It's hard to see due to the video quality, but you can see it.
Okay, and how are we able to see that? Like, what are we looking for?
We're just looking for any sort of deviation in the screen, in the picture with where the solid blue is.
Okay, so we're looking in the area of the driver's door?
Correct.
All right, I'm gonna push play. Did you see it happen?
Yes. In about 10 seconds, that door will close.
Did the door just close?
Yes, it did.
1:29:03,
Yes, it did.
and by that I meant 17:29:03. Then at 17:29:15, what are those cars doing?
Turning northbound onto McMacken Road.
And what is just after they make that turn?
Cleveland Clinic Medical Center.
Does that footage corroborate what Devin Quiggle told you happened?
Yes.
Which parts of it?
That there was Mr. Post opened the door at one point while they were at the intersection there.
Okay. Did you get any video footage from the Cleveland Clinic facility?
I did interior footage, yes.
Okay. You heard Devin testify, right?
Yes.
Did you hear him say that he stopped there because he thought there would be security cameras?
Yes.
Were there any external security cameras on that building?
No.
From the internal footage that you received, was there any audio attached to that?
No.
Was there anything of evidentiary value on the recording from that time?
No.
How familiar are you with the stretch of road from Route 2 in Painesville, all the way to the Cleveland Clinic facility in Madison.
Pretty familiar.
Okay. On a Friday after work, how crowded is that path of travel down Route 2 and Route 20?
It's very crowded.
Are there a lot of cars driving?
Yes.
Did the Madison Township Police Department receive any 911 calls about a crazed driver?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Did they receive any 911 calls about someone being driven off the road?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Did any other motorists on the road report erratic driving from a car on Route 20?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
One moment. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Could we just have a moment to get some?
Yeah.
Need the thing?
See that? Thank you. All queued up. Okay, we'll be ready to go. Good afternoon, Detective, how are you?
Good, sir, how are you?
Good. So, you indicated that you live roughly eight miles or 8 minutes, something like that.
Give or take, yeah.
Yeah. And so, I take it you drove directly from your house to the scene?
Yes, I did.
And when you arrived,
Mhm.
EMS was already on scene?
Yes.
And a number of officers from Madison PD were already on scene?
Yes.
And there were a number of employees of the Cleveland Clinic in the parking lot area?
Yes.
And do you know, from the time the first officer was dispatched to scene, you were here when he indicated that one of the officers, it was the first officer on scene, his name escapes me. Do you know when he arrived in relation to when you arrived?
I do not. Officer O'Leary, I think you're talking about, correct? Yeah, I do not.
Do you know approximately what time you would have gotten to the scene?
I do not.
When you arrived at the scene, was Devin already in the squad?
I'm not sure if he was in the squad or in the process of being moved to the squad. I'm not certain.
When you arrived, had the other officers in your department secured the scene?
I believe so. They were in the process of doing that. I remember Mr. Post was in the back of the police car before I got there. I remember that.
And what does it mean when we say secured the scene?
Try to make sure everybody's safe where they're at. Try to keep as many bystanders out of the scene as possible, if we can.
Okay, and part of the way you do that would be to direct people, essentially, to stay away.
Yes.
And then to put that yellow police tape up.
Yes.
Right. And when you arrived, was the yellow police tape up yet?
I don't believe it was up yet.
Would you have directed somebody to put that yellow police tape up?
I'm not sure if I directed them or they just took it upon themselves and started doing it.
And what would be, protocol in that situation? You or the first officer on scene that was responsible for securing the scene?
We really don't have like something that says who's responsible for that. It's just, we all know like with this, the scene safety is basically paramount at that point. I'm not sure if I did it or Officer O'Leary did it, or the officers from the Madison Village took it upon themselves and started roping it off. I'm not sure.
And there were a number of photographs of the scene taken by officers from your department, correct?
Yes.
And you've seen those, you're familiar with them?
Yes.
Can we see Defendant's Exhibit B32? Let me know when that's up on the screen.
Yep.
You recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And does that appear to be a photo that would depict the area immediately adjacent to the driver's side door of Mr. Post's vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to publish, please?
The objection to B32.
No, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
You see where I'm pointing here?
Yes, I do.
That would appear to be a yellow placard with the number 3 on it, right?
Yes.
And those are your department's yellow placards?
I'm not sure if those are ours or Madison Village's. I'm not sure.
So, but your department does have those sort of placards?
Yes.
And it's your understanding that officers, when they arrive at a potential crime scene, will identify evidence and mark those with yellow placards similar to what we're seeing, correct?
Correct.
And you're familiar, correct me if I'm wrong, that this particular placard marks a shell casing,
Yes.
right?
And then can we see B33?
Are you able to see that?
Yes, sir.
And would that be a photograph that would continue to show that area immediately adjacent to Mr. Post's driver's side of his vehicle?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Go ahead.
And there's 2 additional placards here. One is a number 4 and one is a number 5, correct?
Yes.
And we don't see Mr. Post's vehicle in this particular photo, but it would be generally in the area where my hand is now, to the right of the photo.
Correct.
And 4 and 5 identify 2 additional shell casings.
Correct.
And then can we see B34?
You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Able to see it at least?
Yeah.
And that is a close-up of placard number 4, correct?
Correct.
That was identified in the previous exhibit we were just looking at, correct?
Yes.
Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
No objection.
And placard 4, just as a close-up, that would show the shell casing that was recovered to the area adjacent to the driver's side of Mr. Post's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And then B35?
Able to see?
Yes.
Placard 5, shell casing, consistent with the earlier exhibits, yes?
Yes.
Permission to publish?
No objection.
Go ahead.
And then, for the jury's benefit, placard number 5, depicting the shell casing that was recovered from the scene.
Correct.
And then one last photo would be 36.
You have that up there?
Yes, sir.
36, just another picture of Post's vehicle that shows placards 3, 4, and 5, yes.
I just see placard 3.
Sure, fair enough.
But yeah.
Permission to publish, Judge?
No objection.
Go ahead.
And just another angle of Mr. Post's vehicle. Here is placard 3 that would be a shell casing. And in the earlier photographs that showed placards 4 and 5, they were close to a pickup truck, and that's this pickup truck that I'm pointing to. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you are correct, not depicted in this image, but somewhere in the general area where my hand is 4 and 5. Right?
Yes.
And those would be the only 3 shell casings that were recovered from the scene that day, correct?
Yes.
And you had indicated that it was windy that day.
Yes.
Right? And that it was possible that the wind could have blown them into some bushes or shrubs, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you see any bushes or shrubs depicted in this picture?
In this picture, no.
Are you generally familiar with this area? Have you been there before?
Yes.
And in the, area, the circumference of, 50, 80, 100 feet circumference, are there any bushes or shrubs?
I believe there are some in front of the building and maybe next to it.
But you're not suggesting that the wind blew any, the shell casing into the shrubs into the front of the building, are you?
Well, the front of the building is directly in front of that
Well,
police
let's
car.
look. Could we go to E1? Able to see?
I get the same picture up.
What did you say that was, E?
E is an elephant.
Yep, I can see.
And that's an aerial view of the parking lot as is depicted on this picture, correct?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Go ahead.
No objection, it's already been admitted as a state's exhibit.
And so, this, I think one of your officers testified in here that he had a drone.
Yeah.
And it was that drone that took all these photos, correct?
Correct.
And here, we see the yellow police tape, if you can kind of follow my hand, here, all the way around, capturing a wide net, so to speak.
Sure.
And if you look closely here, you can see what was the placard 3 where I'm pointing, right?
Correct.
And then 4 where I'm pointing.
Yeah.
And 5 where I'm pointing.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And you didn't personally search the area for any other shell casings, correct?
Yeah, I did. I looked around
You
with
did
it.
too. But you weren't the only one.
Correct.
I think I've seen reference to other officers that were responsible for searching the area as well.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so let's start with you.
Okay.
Where did you look for any additional shell casings?
I believe I was right around because the wind was coming from the the south to the north, directly towards the lake. So I started looking. I believe.
Can I pause you there?
Sure.
So I'm following?
Sure.
So south to north, that would be at the top of the screen would be
south.
South.
Yeah.
So blowing from essentially, as we look at this picture, top to bottom.
Correct.
Okay, so go ahead. Where did you?
Yeah, I believe I was looking in the area by where that black car is currently parked on the bottom left-hand side.
And if you can, this
Yeah,
black car
correct.
is the one you're referencing.
Correct.
So you looked in and around this black car,
Correct.
and how many shell casings did you find?
None.
And what about all of this area, if you could see where I'm,
Yeah, I don't believe any were located in that area.
but did you search that?
I don't remember if I searched that specific area.
Okay. Do you know, did the other officers that were searching the area for shell casings, do you know whether they would have searched this area?
I'm not certain.
Based on, you're the detective on
Mhm.
scene,
Mhm.
would you expect your officers if you dispatched them or directed them to search the area for shell casing, would you expect them to have searched this area?
Yes.
And you had indicated that there's the possibility that they could have blown into a shrub or bush or anything like that. I'm not seeing any here. Are there any bushes or shrubs in this area where I'm pointing to?
No.
Now, at the very top of this photograph, there's some grass area, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Did you search that area?
I'm not sure if I did specifically. I remember an officer or two walking through that area and they were looking at the ground. But like I said, the wind was coming from the south and blowing directly north. And I remember hearing I guess a better way to say it, is the cartridge tinking across the parking lot because it was so windy.
Right. So it would not be likely at all, given the weather conditions, that they would have blown into the wind.
Correct.
But nevertheless, you do recall somebody
I remember there being a couple police cars parked up there too.
and looking in the area for any evidence,
Yeah.
including but not limited to shell casings.
Yes.
Okay. And so the only shell casings were recovered within the general area to the driver's side of his car.
Yes.
Now, you had indicated as well the possibility that somebody might have contaminated the crime scene, that was my words, not yours, and maybe picked up a shell casing.
I have no idea. Yeah, they could have.
Anything's possible. Right?
Sure, sure.
But you have no evidence that any of the officers on scene would have picked up and pocketed one to hide it from you, right?
Correct.
And no evidence that the EMTs would have contaminated the crime scene and picked up a shell casing to hide it from you.
Correct.
Right? And you have no evidence that any of the hospital personnel would have likewise contaminated the crime scene and intentionally picked up a shell casing to hide it from you.
Correct.
Now, you had indicated another possibility would have been that somebody could have been walking in the area and somehow it would have gotten wedged in their tread of their shoe, right?
Yes.
Did anybody, whether it be your fellow officers, EMTs, or hospital personnel, approach you or any other officer on the scene and say, excuse me, it looks like I stepped on a shell casing that could be considered an important piece of evidence, and I want to turn it over to you. Did anybody do that?
No.
So, one possible conclusion would be, because there were 3 shell casings recovered, that there were 3 shots fired.
Yes.
And that any suggestion that there could have been more that blew away is just total guesswork and speculation. Fair?
Fair.
You talked about going to UH.
Yeah.
I think it was the 23rd.
The Sunday after.
Right.
Yes.
Well, so this would have been Friday the 21st.
Yes.
So Sunday.
The 23rd. Yes.
And I believe it was in the morning.
Yes.
And you went there to interview Devin Quiggle.
Yes.
And specifically interviewed him about the very events that we're talking about from 2 days before the 21st, right?
Correct.
And he was in a hospital bed.
Yes.
Yeah. And you indicated that he was on pain medication.
Yes.
But nevertheless, you thought it important that this might be your only opportunity to talk to him, that you wanted to interview him and hear what he had to say.
Correct.
And that interview was roughly 15 minutes or so, correct?
Yes.
And it was a narrative sort of interview. In other words, you're asking him a series of questions and he's providing responses, correct?
Correct.
And was he able to narrate to you the events regarding when he first encountered Mr. Post on Route 2? Was he able to, in a general sense, describe to you those events?
Yes.
And then was he able to then continue to describe the events as they traveled along Route 2, rolling into Route 20?
Yes.
And he was able to provide you with specifics that he observed Mr. Post pull into the Perry 1 stop and Sammy K's, right?
Correct.
And that was the video that you retrieved based on what he told you?
Correct.
And then he was able to describe the events at McMacken and 20?
Correct.
Right? And that's some of the video that you retrieved from the tire shop, or?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And you had indicated that he talked about how Mr. Post had stepped out or opened his car door, right?
Correct.
And that was all information you learned from the interview?
Yes.
And then you got that video and were able to corroborate?
Correct.
And did he tell you that he was leaning out the window yelling profanities at Mr. Post?
I'm not sure if he said that, but he may have mentioned that.
Okay. And well, you heard him testify to that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And then were you able to see that on the video?
No, you can't
Couldn't
see.
tell that.
Couldn't tell.
And then was he able to then describe in fairly good detail all of the events that took place once he pulled his car into the parking lot and parked it right here?
Yes.
So he had no trouble recounting to you the details from that day, correct?
Correct.
Could I just have one moment, Your Honor?
Yep.
Right. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
One moment, Your Honor. All right, Detective McClure. When you said that casings could be blown into bushes or shrubs, did you mean like specifically a bush or specifically a shrub?
Not specifically, no.
Okay, were you talking about just the surrounding terrain?
Correct. And I believe directly in front of the front door is quite a bit of landscaping, just below the bottom of that picture I was shown.
Detective McClure, do you believe that anyone intentionally picked up and pocketed a shell casing?
No.
Do these things inadvertently get moved or kicked?
Sure.
Is that somewhat common to see in crime scenes?
Yes.
Do we like to see that when it happens?
No.
Is it ideal?
No.
Is it reality?
Yes.
Based on all of the evidence that you reviewed, all the testimony that you heard, can you put a definitive number on how many shots were fired at Devin
Objection.
Quiggle?
Overruled.
No, I can't.
No further questions. Thank you.
Anything on that, Mr. Bradley?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. Can I see counsel? All right, next witness.
Your Honor, the state rests pursuant to the admission of any outstanding exhibits.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the state has rested. That means they have presented all the evidence they intend to present. There are some things we need to do before we begin the next stage, so I'm going to give you at least a 15-minute break. Remember, again, not to discuss the case among yourselves. Don't seek information from any other source, and no conclusions.